Hello everyone, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Please let me know in the comments where you are tuning in from, what city, what country, what state, what galaxy, so that I can shout you all out in good time. So, why don't we get started? Just so you know, we're live streaming right now on Rumble, on Odyssey, on YouTube, on Rockfin, everywhere. We're going out to the whole world. So please make sure wherever you're watching that you've hit the like button. I see on YouTube we've got a slight deficiency in numbers in terms of our ratio between concurrent viewers and likes, right? We've got about 300 people watching, but only 200 likes. So please make sure you've pressed the thumbs up button. We've got people tuning in from Slovenia, from the UK, from Italy, from Siberia, from Argentina, Iran, Germany, Chicago, Yemen, Florida, Vienna, Slovakia, Maryland, Slovenia, Wisconsin, Melbourne, Halifax in the UK. We've got Germany, Johannesburg, Cyprus, Sweden, Italy, Guatemala, Russia, Syria, Montreal, Georgia in the US. Beautiful, beautiful. Thailand, Denver, and the list goes on and on, right? I'm gonna start. I always had this globe down here, right? So I guess we should just start like dinging them out every time we mention your guys' location. We're gonna come back to this in a moment because some people need a lesson in basic geography, you know, especially the U.S. pilots in Syria. But we'll get to that in a second, okay? Okay, give me a moment. I've got about a million topics lined up for you. So let us begin. So it's July 2023, and last week was the 77th anniversary of the King David Hotel bombing in Jerusalem. Actually, there are multiple anniversaries here because the USS Liberty, which is an American ship, was also blown up in June during the Six-Day War, so 1967, 8th of June. And, you know, King David Hotel bombing was July 22nd, 1946. So there are multiple anniversaries here of Israeli Zionist terrorism that I wanted to talk about because they're very important. And, of course, the Lavon Affair, which is another issue. And I wanted to kind of get into all of them to show you that Israel has not just a tendency towards extremism and violence, but was founded from the very beginning on these things, right? You shouldn't think that, well, Israel is becoming violent because, you know, there are people protesting against Netanyahu and like now, like it was a democracy and now it's going to fall into tyranny. No. This is nothing new. So originally, how this started out is you had Zionism as a political ideology that was created in Europe, okay? And the idea was that European Jews, notably European Jews, but Jews in the diaspora in general, would emigrate to Palestine, okay? And based on this political ideology, okay, Zionism is a political ideology. It's not a religion. It's not a group. It's not a race. It's a political ideology. Based on that, they would take Palestine and turn it into Israel, right, by force. So you have waves of people that are going from Poland, from Ukraine, from basically everything that was the Russian Empire, mostly, right? I mean, if you look at the list of Israeli prime ministers, every single Israeli prime minister in history is Eastern European. Right? The first, Ben Gurion, for example, where was he born? Former Russian Empire, right? All of them. If they weren't born in the Russian Empire or Eastern Europe, then it's either their parents or grandparents. Doesn't change the fact that they emigrated there and then took up arms. And how did this start? Well, first you had something called the Bar Giora, right? So Bar Giora is a militia which is really the precursor to what is today the Israeli army. Okay, so very, very violent group, extremely violent, you know, using guerrilla tactics to assassinate Arabs, to assassinate British officers, to assassinate even other Jews, right? So Jews who were not okay with Zionism, who disagreed with Zionism, with this political ideology, they assassinated them too. This is a fact. This is you know, very well historically documented. You can go read something, you know, for example, by Ronan Bergman, where he goes into detail about this. Very, very clear, right? We're talking from the early 20th century and late 19th, okay? So late 19th, early 20th century. Then after Bar Giora turned into what is known as HaShomer, okay? Became HaShomer. Then HaShomer became the Haganah, okay? And when the Haganah came about, you had a split because you had people in the Haganah. Remember, it's the same, you know, Hebrew, as they called it, you know, Zionist militia, okay? You had a split. And out of the Haganah, you had the Stern Gang, okay, so also called Lehi, and you had the Irgun, all right? Now, Irgun and Lehi, they believed in, you know, being even more extremist. But at the end of the day, it's the same people, really. I mean, you know, they all went on to become the IDF. They all went on to become the prime ministers of Israel. So what's the difference? You know, it's not like, you know, it's not like there was much wiggle room. By the time they disagreed with each other, and we're talking about the King David Hotel bombing, for example, it's already 1946. Well, what's there left to disagree about? You know? 2 years later, they've taken Palestine. So in any case, the King David Hotel bombing, look at this. This is the headquarters in Jerusalem of the British Empire, the British mandate in Palestine. And that's what they did to it. Okay? They blew it up. These are, again, European Jews of the Irgun. Now the Haganah, as I told you, they had a split with Haganah. Haganah claimed that, you know, they called off the operation at the last second. And they were not okay with this, and then they helped, you know, MI5 and SIS track down members of Irgun and so on. But, you know, they helped plan it. This entire plan came out of Haganah and Irgun working together. That's a fact. So they blew it up. They killed 96 people. 96 people. Most of them were working for the British government. Okay, so 28 of them were British, 41 Arabs. There were even 17 Jews among the dead. So you see how indiscriminate this is. This is not about, you know, the Israelis targeting, you know, their quote unquote enemies. They don't give a crap. They were killing other Jews, everybody, right? The same groups that I mentioned before. Nothing has changed. And this is funny because in their point of view, the Zionist militias back then, you know, they thought that this is acceptable violence because the goal is to liberate Palestine and then turn it into Israel, okay? That this is their homeland, even though they all come from Poland and Ukraine, you know, but somehow it's their homeland, and that justifies this violence. It's funny because when Palestinians who you have documented proof, they literally have keys to the houses, deeds to the land, you know, they can prove going back 10, 20 generations that they have lived in this land, Palestinians. When they try to take up arms, which is their right, by the way, this is enshrined in the Geneva Convention and the UN Charter, when they do that, they're called terrorists, right? How many times have you heard Israel call Palestinian resistance fighters terrorists? Or not just Israel, but the UK and the US and the West in general. There's no difference here, right? It's the same thinking. It's like, this is my homeland, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to liberate it. The difference here is that the Israelis have no claim to this because they are European. They are Ashkenazi. They're, you know, from Poland, from Ukraine, from Russia. So they blew this up. They blew this up because you had stations, you know, MI5 stations, MI6 or SIS stations here. So they basically put bombs in a bunch of milk cans, milk tins, and they put them in the basement. And it was so powerful that basically the entire hotel collapsed. And that's what happened. 96 people killed. And the Israelis claim that they issued phone calls in advance, right? It's kind of like when they bomb Palestinian buildings, residential buildings, and they say, listen, you know, we're going to call you 10 minutes before we destroy your entire life. And that means you should get out. Oh, well, thank you very much. So the Israelis claim that this whole bombing is the fault of the British. It's our fault because we didn't evacuate the hotel fast enough. So the thing is actually that the French, there was a wing, one of the wings of this hotel was also part of the French consulate, right? So you have a lot of things going on here, right? This hotel was basically the headquarters for, as I said, British intelligence, the British mandate in Palestine, but also one wing was you know, belonged to the French and so on. So the Israelis claim they called you know, one of the operators on downstairs at the switchboard, and the call was ignored, apparently, according to them. Then they say that they called the French consulate, right? So the other wing in this hotel. And then they claim they called a newspaper, which then notified the British. You know, but it turns out all of this was a lie. They cooked this up in order to frame the British. And to add insult to injury, in 2006, Israel unveiled a plaque at the hotel, right? Because they annexed and invaded all of this. This is a plaque which they unveiled. So they had a conference, and Netanyahu, who is now the prime minister again, but in 2006 he was no longer the prime minister. You know, he was gone for a little while. He attended this conference, you know, and they were basically commemorating a terrorist attack. And the plaque read, I mean, this, you know, this is something unbelievable. The plaque read that, to reasons known only to the British government, the hotel was not evacuated. So you see again this mentality, like, we are going to blow this hotel up, and if anybody dies, it's your fault because you didn't evacuate it. Wow. I mean, even Haaretz, this is an Israeli newspaper, Haaretz. I want you to read what they say here, because I think it's beautiful how they point out this hypocrisy. Okay, look at what they said here. They said if Netanyahu's office were to receive a bomb threat, do you think he would evacuate? And then, were he to fail to evacuate, that he would then blame it upon himself? Of course not. This is an Israeli newspaper saying this, not me. Just to show you how hypocritical this is. And this is so insulting, this plaque. This is so insulting that they had the British government and the British embassy protested, and they had to change the text, but only in English. So you see the plaque is in Hebrew on the top, and in the bottom it's in English. They only changed the English text, and the one in Hebrew, from my understanding, I don't read Hebrew, but if anybody does, please feel free to chime in. This is reported everywhere and well documented that the text in Hebrew was not changed, and it remains unaltered, and this plaque is still there, and it blames our government for not evacuating the hotel fast enough, which I think is I mean, you know, calling this insulting is a little mild. It's a little mild. Okay, now you need to understand something, because the threat of Zionist terrorism was so big that at the end of World War II, remember this is 1946, MI5 were more concerned with Israeli terrorism, with Zionist terrorism, than the Soviets. So let that sink in, because people, you know, they think like World War II was, you know, the Soviets and the British and the Americans and Canadians and, you know, Anzac fighting, and the Chinese fighting against the Axis powers. And then once they were done, you had the Soviets versus the West, right? It's not true. The main concern for MI5, at least, were Zionist cells, because the Zionist militias like Haganah and Irgun were planning attacks inside the UK, and they carried them out. They delivered on these threats, right? So they blew up the Colonial Club in London, right? Although, given its name, I'm not sure there will be too many too many who will weep, but nevertheless, you know, it's a terrorist attack. Then on top of that, they tried to blow up Whitehall, but the timer failed, so the bomb didn't go off. But if it had gone off, it would have been just as bad as King David Hotel in Whitehall, right? And when it comes to immigration, every single Jewish person in the Middle East who wanted to take out a visa to go to the United Kingdom at the end of World War II, every single one was scrutinized by MI5 and the security services. Every single one. That is how I'm trying to illustrate to you how serious this threat of Zionist terrorism was to the United Kingdom, which helped create Israel, right? Remember Balfour Declaration, 1917. And then this becomes such a headache, all of this, that the UK just dumps it onto the UN. And of course, the Americans are not helping the UK because, you know, the Israeli lobby is much, much stronger and receives a lot more funding and support in the United States versus the UK. And so, you know, the US becoming the new superpower and overshadowing France and the UK. What can you do, right? I mean, it doesn't make it any better, but I'm just trying to explain to you that there was the UK at this point, even if it had wanted to put a stop to, you know, the creation of Israel, which I doubt it did, it couldn't have anyway because the United States was funding and supporting Zionism so much that the UK had no say in this, right? Remember, the final nail in the coffin is the Suez Canal crisis, but that's later. That's a decade later. So just going back to the British approach, you know, in 1939, there was something called the White Paper, which is basically a decree limiting the number of Jewish migrants to Palestine to around 75,000 per year. Okay, so this was a cap. And once again, at the end of World War II, just to illustrate how serious this was taken, the threat of Israeli terrorism, this cap was not lifted. Okay, so it was kept in place. Now, the Israelis, as I said, they were sending, you know, putting bombs all over London. They were also sending bombs from throughout Europe in letter bombs, and even in books, right? So they pride themselves in being the inventors of the book bomb. Okay. Then we come to the USS Liberty. Then we come to another Israeli attack on a so-called ally. Okay, so this is the 8th of June, 1967. The Israelis kill 34 U.S. service members. Among them is an NSA civilian employee and I think 2 United States Marine Corps service members. And all in all, you have 171 people who are wounded. You know, this is basically like 2/3 of the crew. Now, this was a spy ship. Okay, the USS Liberty was a spy ship. So the way that they refer to these ships was AGTR, right? So it's an auxiliary technical research ship. Whenever you hear a bunch of words mashed up together under a US title, I can guarantee you 99.9% it's something to do with the NSA or the CIA. Lo and behold, it's an NSA ship. Confirmed. This is a spy ship. Okay? Now, granted, the ship wasn't doing anything wrong. It's a clearly marked United States vessel, and it's in international waters. Now here, once again, what do we have? We have the Israelis trying to justify their acts of terrorism. They claimed that they didn't know this was an American ship, right? They thought it was an Egyptian ship pretending to be an American one. I mean, if you buy that, you are the most supreme of all suckers to have ever sucked. Truly. If you think the Israelis thought this was an Egyptian ship, Jesus. Let me read to you just a short excerpt here. This is from the History Channel. So, the USS Liberty was suddenly attacked by Israeli torpedo boats who launched torpedoes and fired artillery at the ship. Under the command of its wounded captain, William McGonigal, the Liberty managed to avert 4 torpedoes, but one struck the ship at the waterline. Heavily damaged, the ship launched 3 lifeboats, but these were also attacked, which is a violation of international law. Even if it's a military submarine or a vessel, if you see people bailing out, you know, and getting into lifeboats, you can't shoot them. You have to help them, even if they're your enemy. They become your prisoners of war, and you must take care of them, right? So the Israelis not only attacked the U.S. ship, they even attacked the lifeboats. You know, what did they think? These were Egyptian soldiers dressed as Americans climbing into lifeboat. I mean, even if they were Egyptians, how can you attack a lifeboat? They did. So, heavily damaged, the ship launched 3 lifeboats. They were attacked, and failing to sink the Liberty, which displaced 10,000 tons, the Israelis finally desisted. Israel later apologized for the attack and offered $6.9 million in compensation, claiming it had mistaken the Liberty for an Egyptian ship. However, Liberty survivors and some former U.S. officials believe that the attack was deliberate, staged to conceal Israel's pending seizure of Syria's Golan Heights, which occurred the next day. Lo and behold, the Six-Day War, the period during which this took place, is exactly when Israel took East Jerusalem, right, and took the Golan Heights, and then the Sinai Peninsula. But then, of course, you know, it made peace with Egypt, or rather was forced to make peace with Egypt. Excuse me, the Egyptians were forced to make peace with Israel. In any case, the Syrian Golan Heights are occupied to this day. Right now, as I'm speaking to you in 2023, nothing has changed. Those lines have not moved. So you do understand why they did this. This is a spy ship. These are American spies, okay? They are doing a signal intelligence, okay? Signals intelligence. So they're intercepting communications, meaning the radio traffic from the Israelis. They're cracking the codes. They're decrypting it and listening to what they're saying. And they understand, oh, that's what the Israelis intend to take the Golan Heights. That's why the Israelis sunk the ship. I wanted to mention one thing before. I had skipped a paragraph when I wanted to start reading, because when I mentioned the torpedoes, this is after they had already attacked the ship. So you understand there are multiple parts to this incident. Okay, so this begins with the Israelis bombing it with aircraft and firing napalm and rockets. You know, if napalm gets on your skin, you're in trouble. Even if it gets on your clothes, you're in trouble. Everything will be gone, clean off. So they used napalm and rockets. The Liberty attempted to radio for assistance, but the Israeli aircraft blocked the transmissions. Just think of how cruel that is. So the Israelis know that the Americans are sending out a distress call, and they block it. They jam it. I guess they thought it was an Egyptian ship. Eventually, the ship was able to make contact with the U.S. carrier Saratoga, and 12 fighter jets and 4 tanker planes were dispatched to defend the Liberty. When word of their deployment reached Washington, Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara ordered them recalled to the carrier, and they never reached the Liberty. The reason for their recall remains unclear. So Robert McNamara is, another war criminal, and his history in Vietnam is rather extensive, right? So you tell me why he recalled 12 American planes from helping out a U.S. ship with 34 U.S. service members killed. I mean, look at the size of that thing. Let's talk about the Lavon Affair. Lavon Affair. So this is named after an Israeli defense minister, okay? And he had to resign, and this caused a scandal inside of Israel because someone had launched Operation Susanna, and no one would take responsibility for it, right? And once again, this gets very weird because at first the Israelis are all denying it. The prime minister says it wasn't me, and then the defense minister says I didn't do it either. And then mysteriously, 60 years later, Israel is honoring the agents who carried out this attack. Why would you honor agents that you have nothing to do with? So let's look at Operation Susanna, or the Lavon Affair. This is in 1954. Keep in mind, this is very, very shortly after Nasser, right? Probably the most famous Arab president in history, right? Who was a strong supporter of the Palestinian cause. He was the most popular president, not just in Egypt, but as I said, the entire Arab world. When he died, you had millions, literally millions of people in the streets. Millions. Staunch supporter of Pan-Arabism. So when he takes power, he opposes Zionism. The Israelis hate him. So the Israelis send a sleeper cell, or rather activate a sleeper cell, Mossad agents who are inside Egypt, to start carrying out attacks. And these are false flag attacks. So they are meant to make the Egyptian government look bad, so that there's a rift between Egypt and the United States and Britain. Or blame it on the Muslim Brotherhood, blame it on the Egyptian communists, blame it on Nasser. It doesn't matter. But make it look like it's not the Israelis. So who do you think they attacked? The Israelis, on July 2nd in 1954, blew up the Alexandria post office in Egypt. Then on July 14th, they blew up 2 U.S. consular libraries. So again, these are official, U.S. government buildings, right? Or rather, projects and buildings. So this is one library in Cairo, and the other one is in Alexandria. Then on July 23rd, they blew up 2 cinemas, a railway station, and a central post office in Cairo. The idea here was also, to blow up British-owned and American-owned buildings. One of them being an MGM cinema. And so while this was happening, the Egyptians started to understand what was happening, and they wrapped up the entire cell. And then they put all of the 11 Israeli agents on trial in public, and they confessed to everything, right? Philip Nathanson was literally, caught on the way to a cinema where he was about to blow up. The bomb actually exploded in his pocket. And while he was on the way to blow it up, there was a fire truck already waiting outside the cinema to put out, the eventual fire from his terrorist attack. So the man who ran the cell was named John Darling. That's a fake name, right? He was a Mossad agent. And so, as I said, this was a sleeper cell made up of Egyptian Jews. And what the Israelis were doing is very, very bad, because not only were they trying to blow up American and British establishments and kill, while doing is potentially kill not just Egyptians, but also, foreigners, whether they're British or American. They like to claim, well, it was a safe terrorist attack because they planted these bombs at night. And I just told you, one of the Mossad agents on the way to planting the thing blew himself up. How do you know that he wouldn't have maybe hurt somebody else? You don't. So, this idea that, well, Israel never does dangerous terrorist attacks. It's always, they will call the hotel before it happens, if it's the King David Hotel, or they'll warn the Americans beforehand or some crap, No, this is rubbish. So what they did here is they exploited the Egyptian Jewish community, right? So what the Israelis will say is that, oh, well, the Arab governments kicked out all the Jews. It's a complete lie. Completely made up. Israel did this on purpose in Iraq, for example, in 1950, 1951. Israel blew up synagogues, so Jewish temples. Let me repeat that. Israel sent Mossad agents to blow up Jewish synagogues inside Iraq, so that Iraqi Jews who are living there would become, scared and just leave and pack up and go live in Israel. And now just, going back to the Lavon Affair, so in 1954 in Egypt, there are 50,000 Jews who live in Egypt at this point. 50,000 Jews. Where do you think they all are now? They're in Israel. So, one way or another, this was going to be a win-win for Israel. Either they cause a rift between Egypt and the United States and Britain, and, they make it look like Nasser is an incapable leader. He can't keep foreigners safe. He can't keep his own people safe. He's too, incompetent to take control of the Suez Canal. That's 2 years later, remember? So this is a big, big issue at the time. Or they get Jews so scared that they just emigrate and come live in Israel. Now, why do you think Israel wants this policy? Because Israelis are a minority. Israelis are a minority who rule over a majority. There are more Palestinians in Palestine than Israelis. Go figure, because this is Palestine. So, a bunch of European Jews who are coming here are obviously going to be a minority. Now, the thing is, in order to legitimize Israel as a country, it's not enough. It's not enough to become a UN member state. Israel needs to increase the population. Israel wants to market itself and portray itself as the Jewish state. You always hear this phrase, the Jewish state. I mean, that sounds ridiculous, because if you listen to the Israeli propaganda, the Hasbara, they would have you believe that before the 1890s, before Zionism was invented, there were no Jews, which is ridiculous because you've had Jews for thousands of years. But they make it seem like Zionism and Judaism are one and the same when they're clearly not. One is a religion, the other one's a political ideology that was just recently invented in Europe. So this worked out very well for the Israelis because, they, despite getting caught, as I said, 50,000 Jews were put at risk, and then they felt, scared because now the Egyptian government had rolled up a sleeper cell, a Mossad sleeper cell. And once again, going back to my original point, Israel recruited and used Egyptian Jews to carry out these attacks. It used its own community. This put 50,000 Jews in Egypt at risk, and they fled and increased the Israeli population. And they did the same thing in Iraq. Now, in Iraq, when we talk about these synagogue bombings in 1950, 1951, one of those bombings, yes, there's more than one. One of those bombings, it's not clear whether it was Mossad or not. The other bombings were definitely Mossad. Mossad is Israel's intelligence service, right? They were absolutely Mossad. And the fact that Israel is ready to blow up Jewish temples, I mean, this is disgusting. I think it tells you everything you need to know, right? It's like, at all costs, they want to make sure that, they take Jews, and they did the same thing, by the way, not blowing up synagogues in Syria, but they try to basically smuggle out Jews from every country imaginable, Canada, Syria, and bring them to Israel to legitimize the occupation. So my point here is that they'll do whatever it takes. Israel doesn't care about its own people. It claims to be the Jewish state, and clearly it uses Jews in other countries to carry out its political goals. It blows up Jewish temples in Jewish synagogues in other countries to achieve its goals. Israel doesn't care about Jews. Israel hijacks Judaism to use it as a political vehicle for Zionism. Israel doesn't care about its allies. The UK, shamefully, the UK helped Israel to become, the colony that it is today. The Balfour Declaration of 1917, with the UK Foreign Secretary promising a Jewish state in Palestine. Who is our Foreign Secretary to promise a state anywhere for anyone? Do I need to pick up the globe again and remind you that, Palestine is down here, okay, and the UK is up here? What the hell do these two things have to do with each other? Colonialism. So then, not only that, but in 1946 and 47 and 48, as I told you, with the King David hotel bombing and this threat of Zionist terrorism in London and across the UK, the United Kingdom and Whitehall, they just give up this whole thing to the United Nations and dump it, and they're like, screw it, let them take over, let them get what they want. And we're in 2023, and this whole issue has still not been resolved. Palestinians, are still living under colonialism. It just switched from Turkish to British. to Jewish, or rather European Zionism. Yep. That's it. So you've had 500 years of occupation in the Middle East, Ottoman, British, and French, and now Israeli and American. What good has that done people there? Nothing. And the attacks on the USS Liberty, you know, the fact Israel pays a few $100 million, what does that change? I'm telling you, the people on that ship, it's not my opinion, I'm telling you the people on the ship are saying, we don't buy this story that Israel mistook us for an Egyptian ship. Israel knew this was an American vessel, that there were American soldiers on board, and Israel fired on purpose because they were American, because they knew what Israel was about to do in Syria. And, you know, the Israelis claim that, you know, they had asked the Americans in advance, please tell us where your ships are in the Mediterranean Sea so we don't accidentally fire upon you. This is a lie, because the government in Washington quickly spoke to the U.S. ambassador in Israel to confirm this, and he said this is a lie. No one ever asked me to pass on this information, or rather to pass on this request, to give the Israelis the location of American ships. The Israelis only did this after they had blown up the USS Liberty, after the fact. Once again, so, you know, the Israelis, they're ready to carry out terrorist attacks against their own people, or you know, who they claim are their own people. They are ready to attack their own allies, the UK, the US. And what is our response? We applaud them and give them money. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. We are not going to applaud, Ashkenazi Zionist terrorism for killing our compatriots. And we are not going to applaud them for what they're doing in Palestine and what they're doing in Syria. You know, even if Israel had never killed a single American soldier or a British officer, they would still be terrorists and they would still be oppressors in Palestine. This is the quintessential issue and problem with the Israeli colony in Palestine, that it's a colony. Do you understand? It's not just apartheid, and it's not an apartheid state, it's a colony, it's a European colony, and it's never been anything but. Outrageous. Truly, truly outrageous. And this plaque, this disgusting plaque, like Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, is commemorating a terrorist attack against British officers. What the hell is that shit? If the people in Whitehall had any self-respect, a shred of self-respect, they would have called the UK ambassador back to London and kicked the Israeli embassy out and severed ties. Try doing that. Try commemorating an attack against Israelis and see what happens to you. See how they will hit the fucking roof. Oh my God, you're anti-Semitic. Oh, you're a terrorist. Oh, you're this and that. But it's okay for the Israelis to blow us up, to kill us, and then commemorate it and unveil a plaque. You know, they're proud of themselves. Wow, we're so brave. You know, we invented book bombs and letter bombs and blew up a hotel full of Jews, full of Arabs, full of British officers. Now, granted, there should have been no British secretary in Palestine in the first place. I'm the first one to tell you that. But don't let the Israelis fool you for a second. They are terrorists, and they have no claim and no justification for this behavior. None whatsoever. These are people from Poland, from Ukraine. You know, people, right-wing people, they like to complain about refugees, quote-unquote, invading Europe. Jesus, you should see what Europeans do when they go to Africa and Asia. You want to talk about invasions? You want to talk about an invasion? Israel is an invasion, literally an invasion. Not refugees. Paramilitaries. Fanatics, extremists. Only a fanatic behaves like this. This is fanaticism. It's extremism, religious extremism. And again, I told you before, ISIS, Israel, the Crusaders, they all hijack religion and use it as a political vehicle. Israel is no different. And they are not our friends and not our allies. 600 people watching. Please make sure you've pressed the thumbs up. We're still going, and we're far from done. So let me show you this, what happened yesterday in Syria, speaking of Israel, right? So yesterday, there was a terrorist attack in Damascus. Now, this happened in Sid Zainab, which is a predominantly Shia, so Shia Muslim area. This is where it's located, as you can see, right? That's Damascus, and Sid Zainab is here. Now, who could have done this? Who could have done this? Only a few people come to mind. Keep in mind, this is the location of a very, very important place for Muslims. This mosque is where Muhammad's granddaughter is buried, okay? So it's a beautiful shrine. I've been in there when I was young. It is absolutely phenomenal. I mean, truly phenomenal. And so, you know, it's well known. You have Shia. This is a predominantly Shia area, right? So who would want to hurt Shia Muslims in Damascus and or pilgrims, right? Because as I said, it's a pilgrimage site. So you're going to have people from not just Iran or Iraq, but all over the world who might come here. Not only tourists. Tourists is another group, but we are talking about targets here. We're talking about Shia Muslims or Shia Muslims from Iran or from Iraq. Who would want to hurt these groups? There are only two contenders who come to mind. Number one is Israel, and then the other one is Al-Qaeda and ISIS. No one else would do something like this, okay? So there are conflicting reports of whether this was on a motorcycle or a taxi. It doesn't matter, because in the end it did happen. And, sadly, 6 people perished. 6 people perished, and there are about 15 to 20 people wounded. You know, the figures in the aftermath, the figures always change, unfortunately. So it might get worse. But you know, why does this come at a time like this? Because Damascus, the capital in Syria, has been stable for quite some time, right? Remember, this war's been going on for 12 years now, since 2011. There was a period where Damascus was doing very, very, very badly. And, you know, you had all of these groups like Jaish al-Islam and Faylaq al-Rahman, basically offshoots of Al-Qaeda that are supported by Turkey, by Saudi Arabia, by the United States, by Europe, by Israel, who were in Damascus and in Jobat and in the suburbs, and then they were kicked out and Damascus was taken back. And now most of Syria has been taken back. But you still have pockets in the desert. You still have pockets of ISIS, of Daesh, here near Palmyra, near Tadmur, okay? So look how big Syria is. So on the road from Damascus to Palmyra, so it's about a 4-hour drive, if I remember well. Here, you still have pockets of ISIS. Now, down here, you see the corner, right here, between Jordan, Iraq, Syria. This is very, very strategic. You have Al Tanaf. There's a U.S. air base here. So what a coincidence that, you know, that a stone's throw away, you have pockets of ISIS that are there. This is a very important U.S. airbase. Now, officially, if you look at some bogus map, you know, that some mainstream outlet will cook up, they'll tell you, oh, well, this is a Free Syrian Army outpost or something. It's a U.S. airbase. Cut the crap. Speak straight. It's a U.S. airbase. Now, up here, above and to the east of the Euphrates River, all of this, it's like 1/3 of Syria, right? This is U.S. and Kurdish. And then up here you have, in Idlib, you have Turkey and Al-Qaeda. So, and Israel, of course, down here in the Golan Heights. So it's still very much, carved up. But my point here is that you only have a few groups who would want to hurt Shia Muslims or Iranians. Now, thankfully, there were no Iranians who were harmed, but still 6 people perished. These are Syrian civilians. You'll have Israelis who will try to justify this. Well, once again, their Israeli terrorism is always okay, right? They'll try and justify this by saying, well, nearby to Sid Zainab, or in the area of Sid Zainab, you have Iranian militias who are garrisoned there. Okay, so where are they? Why is there not a single soldier or fighter among the wounded, among the casualties? Why are they all civilians? Guess what? Because it's a terrorist attack. That's why. This is an attempt to indirectly provoke Iran, and more importantly, it's an attempt to destabilize Damascus again. Because as I was telling you, in recent years, it's become stable. It's not like before we have mortars coming down all the time, and it was very, very very close. Now, when we say that the Israelis could have done this, I mean, there's no shortage of Israeli attacks in Beirut, in Damascus. Jesus, I'm not even talking about airstrikes. I'm talking about assassinations. I'm talking about, car bombs. We'd be here all night. Truly, we'd be here all night. So I'm just putting this forward as a potential contender. One option is Israel. Israel, as I said, they like to use this excuse of, Iran is inside Syria, and therefore we have to counter Iran inside Syria. Well, that doesn't make any sense, because Iran was not inside Syria until they started, this war against Syria in 2011. There were no Hezbollah fighters. I mean, certainly to an extent, yes, but not in the quantities you have now. There were no Hezbollah fighters or Russian soldiers or Iranian soldiers like now in 2023 or during this war before 2011. They just weren't there because there was no need for them to be there. So who caused this war? What do you think would prompt Iran to start sending troops, many of them who have died and have bled, to save Syria from Al-Qaeda, from Israel, from the United States, from, all of these 50 flavors of jihad, as I like to call them, Jabhat al-Nusra, etc., etc. Why? Who prompted Iran to come help Syria in the first place? It's Israel. So when Israel says there's an Iranian threat on the Syrian side of the border, it's a lie. The threat is coming from Israel, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can go and watch. I've played it for you a million times, so you've probably seen it. But I always play this clip of the Mossad chief. We were just talking about the Mossad, Israel's intelligence outfit, right? So the head of the Mossad, the former head, openly says, "Yeah, we armed and gave medical assistance to Al Qaeda in Syria." What? Yeah. Like, it's on Al Jazeera. I played the interview for you. It's not a secret. It's not. This is not a secret. It's old news. It's very old, right? Already in 2017, they're admitting this. So, the Israeli position is that it's, even if Al Qaeda supposedly, right, is the number one enemy of the United States, it's the whole reason for the war on terror, right? Even though this is our staunchest allies' number one enemy, we will go and help them because we hate the government in Damascus so much that it becomes okay to work with Al Qaeda. That's the Israeli position. So, this doesn't leave much wiggle room here, does it? When you say it's either Israel or Al Qaeda, who the hell knows? It could be both at this point, right? And what did the Mossad chief say? He said the rules of the game in Syria are such that anything is possible. Yeah, he means it. He means it. Israel is feeling very, how shall I put this, frustrated, because they keep bombing Syria and nothing changes. They're unable to take down the government there. So their way of retaliating, because they're frustrated, is to do stuff like this, where they go and they blow up a very obvious, Jesus, I mean, ask anyone, from Damascus or who knows their stuff. What area is this? This is a Shia area in Sid Zainab, okay? This is a Shia pilgrimage site. The message is very clear. It's like, I'm not going to give you an analogy because it's clear, right? But this is asking for trouble. I can guarantee you in the next days, you are going to see a response from Iran, albeit an indirect one, because the Americans and the Israelis like to play these indirect games. Well, they get indirect responses, right? You down an Iranian oil tanker, then an Israeli-owned oil tanker is mysteriously going to fall out, not out of the sky, but into the sea, right? This is playing with fire. This is really playing with fire. The government in Damascus take this very seriously, and the government in Iran take this very seriously too. And the Russians take this seriously as well, because you're screwing, they have other things to worry about now. And they came in to clean up all of this Al-Qaeda nonsense that America and Israel have been supporting. And the last thing they need now is to have the progress that they've built, meaning stabilizing Syria, fall back into disarray. This is playing with fire. This is very, very dangerous what they're doing. This is the kind of sectarian violence that you saw in Iraq. But they claimed like, oh, it's Shias and Sunnis blowing each other up like for no reason. No. This is CIA. They do this stuff on purpose. So one side thinks it's the other, and then they start killing each other, and it's basically divide and conquer, right? You get a group that you're trying to control divided and then fighting on the inside, and then you have less to worry about because they're fighting each other for you. In any case, Syria's situation, I know people like to think of it as a separate war, but I think this is wrong, because the invasion of Iraq was 2003. Syria is 8 years later in 2011, and already in 2006 you have cables from the U.S. Embassy in Damascus saying they want, they're looking at ways to get at Assad and get him out of government. And the whole point that I was making to you about ISIS being here in the desert, I just told you, like, you have pockets of ISIS here, but when ISIS was at its height, what area did it occupy? Did it occupy Angola and China? No, it occupied Iraq and Syria. Why did this happen? This is in part because of the proxy war in Syria, but also in part because of the invasion of Iraq in 2003. When you remove Saddam, you get rid of a powerful leader like that, who perhaps not the most pleasant person, but nevertheless has a country stable. Then you get a situation like this with ISIS taking over and coming out of the woodwork, and it's called a power vacuum. And that is in part the reason why ISIS was able to gain such a foothold. Remember, it started in Iraq and then it spread into Syria. These events are all related. It's this whole war of terror. So this is very sad to see. And the situation now in Syria with the Russians and the Americans and the jets, I'm going to talk about that in just a moment. So if you're from the future and you're watching on replay, click on the next video. Okay, give me a second here to set this up. I actually wanted to read some of your comments. You guys left some nice comments in the chat. Well, some interesting comments, right? I mean, they're rather onerous and apocalyptic. One of you said, what irony, as we watch the perilous events in Ukraine, Syria might actually be the spark that sets the world on fire. Yeah, I mean, let's hope it doesn't happen either way, but the situation with jets is definitely important. So let's discuss that. Give me a second to set this up. All right. So for the last couple of days, a lot of headlines in the media about the Russians harassing, quote unquote, American jets in Syria. Let me play you some of these clips, okay? This was released by the Americans. One of their Reaper drones was harassed by a Russian jet, which popped its flares, okay? Take a look. So this is the camera on the back of the drone, all right? And you can see the Russian pilot pulling up. So yeah, this is the infrared camera. You can see the heat signature from the flares. Flares are countermeasures. When a surface-to-air missile or a missile from another plane locks onto a jet, one way of evading those, one way of evading those threats is to pop what are known as flares, right? Or countermeasures. They're basically very, very, very hot, like the engine of the plane. And so they confuse the guidance system of whatever payload or ordnance is being used to target the jet. Now, obviously, a drone, you know, not exactly the biggest threat in the world to a Russian jet. And yeah, it's a bit provocative. But you know what is also provocative? Having US jets in Syria. Once again, I'm going to take out my globe here. The United States is here, okay? And Syria is all the way here. What are US jets doing there in the first place? Russia and Syria have a defense pact. They've had a shall we say, a security agreement. It's not as big as a defense pact, but nevertheless, right? The United States invaded Syria, okay? Russia did not invade Syria. Russia was asked to come to Syria by the Syrian government, and there's a military base, a naval base on the Mediterranean Sea in Tartus, which has been there since the early 1970s, also with the permission of the government in Damascus. So yeah, I know the Russians are being provocative. So are the Americans. So are the Americans. Here, let me play this clip. This is from 3 weeks ago, from CBS.
Well, now to some breaking news. The U.S. is accusing Russia of harassing U.S. military drones in Syria. This is the view from the Reaper drones. Officials say they were conducting a mission against ISIS when Russian fighter jets dropped parachute flares in front of them, forcing the U.S. drones to veer off course. One Russian plane flew in front of a drone and engaged its afterburner. The U.S. calls these actions reckless and unprofessional.
Yeah, so is being in Syria. That's also reckless and unprofessional. I can keep doing this all night, and I will. You know, the thing is that, by the way, afterburner, for those of you who don't know, is the, to put it in layman's terms, the turbo boost on the back of a jet, okay? So obviously that's going to create a lot of unnecessary heat, and in this case, and yeah, mess with the system. Now look, the Americans, they announced on July 17th, so this is 11 days ago, that now they're deploying more F-35s, or rather more F-16s and F-35s to Syria. So I told you guys before, there's a U.S. air base down here at the intersection of Syria, Iraq, and Jordan. So El Tanaf is right around this area, okay? Now, in addition to that, this entire area, again, I don't know what's in yellow, but you know, I told you, maps without proper legends in the trash. So I can't tell you what's in yellow though. These are areas that the United States occupies. What a coincidence that all the oil and gas, well, the gas fields are over here, but all the oil fields and the farmland, you know, what is called the breadbasket region. So, you know, Syria grows a lot of wheat, a lot of cotton, self-sufficient country, self-sufficient. A net exporter of wheat, and now no bread. How? Well, sanctions are partly to blame, and so is occupation, right? They go hand in hand in this case. What a coincidence that the American bases and the oil fields, you know, if you were to take both of these maps and transpose them, you would find a perfect intersection between the two, right? So the American response is to now escalate. Now, I know in their mentality and in the mentality of this PBS announcer who spoke for 20 seconds. Maybe I should also speak for 20 seconds and call it a day. But, you know, she gives no context. She's just like, the Department of Defense gave me this document that says that Russians are harassing American jets. Good night. They literally just do readouts from the Pentagon, and that's it. You see, I give you both sides of the story. I tell you what you know, the American position is and what the Russian and Syrian position is. Now, the American position is that they're fighting ISIS. Okay, the United States is such a generous country, and you know, out of its benevolence, out of the pure goodness of its heart and all of its benevolence, decided to bring F-16s and F-35s all the way from the United States down here into Syria to fight ISIS. Tell me, my good friend, why does ISIS exist in the first place? Was I not telling you just a few moments ago that this whole issue arose in the first place and transpired because the United States and the United Kingdom invaded Iraq. You remove Saddam Hussein or someone like Saddam Hussein, you're going to get ugly gangs and groups that come out of the woodwork and take over. Lo and behold, you have ISIS. ISIS is a symptom, or actually a symptom is putting it mildly, it's a direct consequence of that invasion. And then it spread into Syria. So if anyone is to blame for the existence of ISIS, it's none other than the United States. You know, it's like a pharmaceutical company. They get you sick and then they try to give you the cure so they can make money. How come every time the US kills some ISIS leader, he just so happens to be in the vicinity of NATO troops, meaning Turkish troops, who are also occupying Syria? So that's 2 NATO countries plus Israel occupying Syria. All right, just in case you lost count, which I understand. I don't know why I'm pulling out this map. We need the bigger one. Idlib, right? Going back to Idlib. So this is at the top over here. Now keep in mind, this map is slightly outdated. It's from 2019, but the lines haven't moved since 2019. So it's actually quite accurate. Here is Idlib. You can see it's southwest of Aleppo, just slightly. It's both a governorate and a city. And this region is occupied by Turkey, right? So every time the US kill an ISIS leader, he just so happens to be in Idlib. How does this make sense? I thought NATO and the United States, you know, are fighting ISIS, and yet the ISIS leaders keep turning up in the same place. Well, if the ISIS leaders are in Idlib, why is the US occupying the other side of Syria in the northeast, in Hasakeh, Dore, Zor? Why are you there? Oh, right, the oil fields. My bad. You see how this works? This is just like Africa in the Sahel with France, and we're going to talk about Niger and Africa in a moment, right? But I want to draw your attention to this article in Al Arabiya, which is a Saudi outlet, and they spoke to a U.S. official, and here's what he had to say. So this is last month, okay? But this situation is ongoing. So Russia's military forces in Syria have stopped adhering to agreed upon de-confliction protocols with American and coalition troops, a U.S. military official has told Al Arabiya English. U.S. and coalition personnel are in the country as part of a years-long mission to defeat ISIS. I really don't believe that. So to avoid any accidents or misunderstandings, these forces and the Russian military in Syria have had open lines of communication, especially in the air. To give you an analogy, it's kind of like the red phone in the Cold War, right? You after the Cuban Missile Crisis, to avoid any screw-ups like that again, you know, they had an open line of communication between Washington and Moscow, just in case, right? I'm giving you an analogy. It's not the same scale, but nevertheless, between the same actors. So I understand. Look, I'm not being sarcastic. I understand what the Americans are saying. Yeah, it's not nice to have a jet, you know, pop flares in front of your drone. It's not nice for them to, you know, activate the afterburner and screw with your drones. Fine. But none of these drones were shot down. Okay? They all work. They just needed to be repaired. And more importantly, they shouldn't be there in the first place. The whole reason ISIS exists is because the United States went to Iraq with Britain and the coalition of the willing. So the antidote is to leave Iraq alone. Okay, no one needs your help. No one needs it. The reason ISIS has shrunk is not because of the United States and NATO and the coalition, all right, or Operation Enduring Freedom. God, these horrendous goddamn names. Someone at the Pentagon, please do better. If you're going to invade the rest of the world, please come up with better names than this crap. Anyway, the reason ISIS has disappeared is because of Russia and Iran and Hezbollah. And I know some people don't like to hear that because they have issues with Iran and, you know, this, and I really don't give a crap. I'm here to report the truth and tell you what happened. That's the truth. The United States didn't do anything. The coalition didn't do anything. They caused all of this. Their attempts to get rid of Saddam, and then they hanged him, and to get rid of Assad, this causes a power vacuum, meaning ISIS. They caused this. And as I said, Turkey, a NATO country, is sheltering not just Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, which is previously known as the Jabhat al-Nusra, which is previously known as Al-Qaeda in Syria. But on top of that, Turkey is sheltering ISIS leaders. That's why they keep showing up dead in Turkey's area of the occupation. What a coincidence. What a coincidence. Out of all the corners of Syria, all of the corners, it just keeps happening right where NATO is. What a goddamn coincidence. This is called tying up loose ends. You know, in the mafia, they're done using you. This is tying up loose ends. Turkey and the United States are done using these guys. They didn't. That's how it works. So now when it comes to the escalation, right?
Well, now
between Russia and the Americans. The grain deal is perhaps the most recent example of an agreement between the West and the Russians going down the toilet. But there are many other examples where, you know, the West just don't keep and don't hold up their end of the bargain. You know, Syria never agreed to this. Syria is under no obligation to host U.S. troops. They have no permission to be there whatsoever. You know, for all the energy people spend railing about, oh my God, Russia is in Ukraine. They don't say anything about this, you know. And the fact people like her on CBS and PBS and BBC and ABC, you know, they just repeat this like DOD bulletin points and, oh, Russia's harassing the Americans. Yeah, so what? Let them be harassed. Go home. That's the whole point. You should go home. You know, once again, I will pick up my globe and point you on your way home. This is Syria, and the United States is all the way over here. These two have no connection with each other whatsoever. None. Okay? This issue has been going on way longer than Ukraine. Right? We're talking about 20 years now. War of terror. Right? Or war on terror, but I call it war of terror. So deploying F-35s and F-16s to the United from the United States to Syria. I mean, this is basically trying to send a message to the Russians that, you know, this Operation Enduring Freedom mission is not going anywhere, and we are staying here for as long as it takes. But some of you pointed out in the comments, and I'm going to read some of these. This is from Onia. Said, quote, "What irony! As we watch the perilous events in Ukraine, Syria might actually be the spark that sets the world on fire." Dante said, "What are U.S. jets doing in Syria anyway?" Martin says U.S. jets are probably giving air cover to ISIS. That's Israel's job, not the U.S. Meg says they're stealing oil. So Meg, answering Dante, says the U.S. jets are helping steal oil. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't think they need any air cover. That, you know, they do very well with these convoys that keep going between Iraq and Syria. But once again, I think the bottom line here is that yes, the Russians are perhaps not adhering to, you know, what they agreed on with the United States. So what? So what? I think it's high time that the United States just left. The best way to avoid Russian jets harassing American jets is to not have American jets in Syria in the first place. They have no business being there, period. We're done. That's the segment. So, we continue. We're just getting warmed up here. Yes? I see we've got a few super chats, so indulge me as I try and locate them. Hold on a second. They disappear. They trickle upwards. Ahmed says, Richard, get yourself a bigger globe. I have one over there, but it's too far away to get it. I like this small one on the desk. I know you guys can't see anything, but I do, so that's what counts. Carlos says, supporting independent journalism keeps spreading the truth, brother. Thank you very much, Carlos. I appreciate that. You're very kind, and I will, Umid, I will look into transporting the globe closer to me. TC, thank you for the super sticker, and again, thank you to all of you who have sent super chats and donations on PayPal and so on. I'm checking on Patreon if we have any new members, or on YouTube. Again, if you want to support my work, the best way to do it is to send a super chat on YouTube or a donation on PayPal. You can attach a comment or a note or a question. And of course, you can also join on Patreon. We've got a couple who just joined, actually. We've got Stacy and Alome who just joined. So thank you guys very much. I will play you the temporary crab dance, and then we'll continue. Remember, I've got like a dozen topics left, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
A is for
all men and women created by you know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night, the phone. Make sure the kids hear words.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
Vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Wait, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
Z is for
You sleeping?
Women in our country has been classified as essential. So this is an issue.
Splendid boy. Right, so let's proceed, and we're going to talk about Africa, Russia, Niger, and a lot more. Give me a second. Okay, so, and again, thanks to all of you who've joined on Patreon. I appreciate your support greatly, and the link is patreon.com/RichardMedhurst in case you want to support, and there we go. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the coup that just took place in Niger and the Russia-Africa summit, and really underscore the difference between Russia and the West. Politics. What is politics? Politics is about finding a common interest, right? Imperialism is about exploiting. Screw you, I'm going to take everything you have and I'm going to trample on you till the end of time. You are seeing in real time in Africa a pivot from the West, from Britain, France, the US, towards Russia. Now, how do all of these things intersect? I mean, very simply, Russia does things by the book. They're straightforward with you. The Chinese are the same. Whereas Western countries have a history, you know, century after century after century of lying, cheating, stealing. And this is an unfortunate fact. So number one, let's start with the grain deal, right? The tagline was that Russia wants to starve children in Africa, and that's why Putin, you know, he just woke up and he decided to pull out of the grain deal. They don't actually tell you that, oh, it's the West who did not hold up their end of the deal. The grain deal was very clear that you have to allow both Russia and Ukraine, not only Ukraine, Russia and Ukraine, to export agricultural products. Russia was unable to because the West refused to lift sanctions. So now Putin at the Russia-Africa summit decides to gift a whole bunch of grain to Africa. Not only free of charge, but also free shipping, the whole bunch. So that not only shows you that there's no bad blood between the Russians and the African leaders and countries who attended the summit, but that this whole, you know, the entire saga surrounding the grain deal, the reporting is so dishonest. It's so boring and childish. And just this summit itself, the Russia-Africa summit, which took place yesterday, if you go read the horrible press that we have in England and in America, they think it was a failure because only 17 African leaders showed up, as opposed to 43 African leaders in 2019, right? It's like their brains are so dumb and primitive, they cannot grasp that politics moves outside of, you know, numbers. They're like counting the number of leaders on their fingers, like as if that's the only thing that matters. Number one, there's a war on, in case you haven't noticed. So, you know, by sending a leader there, it would appear to you know, it might make us a country look like it's no longer neutral. And that's the stance that most of the world has, right? Most of the world is neutral in this conflict in Ukraine. So they might violate their neutral stance. And on top of that, the numbers of African leaders present has nothing to do with this, because if they cannot come, they still send a delegation. And things are moving on the African continent at such a scale and such a pace that these Western journalists, or, you know, they call themselves journalists, they are so petty and in denial. They just refuse to accept what is happening. They refuse to accept that Africa is done with Europe. They're done with all of it. Let me play you this clip, first of all, regarding the shipment of grain.
Мы будем готовы уже в ближайшие месяцы, в ближайшие 3-4 месяца безвозмездно предоставить Буркина-Фасо, Зимбабве, Мали, Сомали, Центральноафриканской Республике, Эритрее по 25-50 тысяч тонн зерна. Обеспечим и бесплатную доставку этой продукции потребителям. Наверное, будут интересны еще несколько цифр. Украина за прошлый сельскохозяйственный год произвела порядка 55 миллионов тонн зерновых. Экспорт составил 47 миллионов тонн. Немало. Из них 17 миллионов тонн пшеницы. А Россия, уважаемые коллеги, Россия собрала в прошлом году 156 миллионов тонн. 60 зерна. 60 миллионов тонн экспортировала. Из них 48 миллионов тонн – это пшеница. Доля России на мировом рынке пшеницы 20%. Украины менее 5%. А значит, именно Россия вносит существенный вклад в глобальную продовольственную безопасность и является солидным, ответственным международным поставщиком сельхозпродукции. И те, кто утверждают, что это не так, что только на обеспечение вот этой так называемой зерновой сделки по вывозу украинского зерна, просто извращают факты, говорят неправду. Ну, собственно говоря, это на протяжении десятилетий, если не столетий, является практикой некоторых западных государств.
Говорить, I think, is to speak or tell. It's about the only word I could make out of the speech. But two notes before I proceed. The whole premise of why the grain deal must be implemented, right? Because they say Russia pulled out. Russia never pulled out. Russia is still in the grain deal as long as the other side hold up their end of the deal, because Russia's been holding up its end of the deal for a year now. They've had enough of waiting. If the grain deal is so important because it guarantees grain for poorer countries, then why did you block Russia from exporting its agricultural products? And Russia is more important for the supply of wheat and the supply of fertilizer. You know, this is a direct contradiction, because that's exactly what they did. That's why Russia stopped implementing the grain deal, because they didn't hold up their end of the deal. The UN was unable to convince the West to lift sanctions. So this proves they don't actually care about getting wheat to poorer countries. They were blocking it from going to poorer countries. Russia makes more contributions in wheat than anyone. Well, in this case, more than Ukraine, right? Because these are the two parties at hand. So why would you block the Russians from exporting if you really care about it getting to poorer countries? What hypocrisy. And on top of that, when it comes to this premise that Ukraine only sends grain to poor African countries, right? Like they like number one, they have nothing better to do than to wait around for the World Food Program to get a shipment from Odessa. Ukraine sent so much grain last year, okay, to Europe, not these poor countries that they talk about in the press, that they banned it. Ukraine's Eastern European neighbors, Poland, Hungary, and others, banned Ukrainian grain because they flooded the market with it. Do you understand what I'm saying? The Ukrainians put so much grain in Europe that the prices crashed, and it screwed over Polish farmers, Hungarian farmers, and they also complain that it's of lesser quality. Now, I'm not talking about the quality here. I'm just showing you that obviously this wheat is not going to poor countries. It's going to Europe. They have so much of it that they're just sending it there. The majority of it is going to rich countries. Okay, just so we can dispel that myth. Let me show you just another excerpt here.
Сделка была заключена ровно год назад, 22 июля 2022 года. Затем сделка эта, так называемая сделка, не раз продлевалась. Последний раз в мае текущего года, на период до 17 июля включительно. Мы вновь и вновь продлевали эту сделку. И продлевая, проявляли просто чудеса выдержки и терпения, толерантности. Рассчитывали, что наши зарубежные коллеги наконец начнут в полном объеме соблюдать согласованные и одобренные параметры и условия. Однако ничего подобного не происходило, никаких обязательств, договоренностей выполнять никто не собирался, а только постоянно требовали чего-то от России. Я считаю, что сотрудники ООН искренне стремились к выполнению всех данных Западом обязательств.
I agree with what he's saying. I also really believe that Guterres and all of the UN staff, because remember this is JCC mission, it's got a representative from Russia, from Ukraine, from Turkey, and from the UN, all working together in Turkey to get this thing working. I really believe the UN tried their best, but they couldn't get the West to budge.
Обещания, но так и не смогли ничего добиться. Ничего практически не сделали для нормальной работы сделки. А вот для ее срыва наши так называемые партнеры на Западе сил не пожалели. Сделали все, чтобы пустить ее под откос. А сегодня, как у нас в народе говорят, на голубом глазу практически лгут всему миру, говорят о том, что якобы Россия виновата в срыве этой сделки. Более того, чуть ли не во всех бедствиях население африканских и ряда других стран винят Россию, которые сам Запад в свое время обобрал, столкнув в пучину войн, голода и нищеты. И продолжает сейчас в рамках своей неоколониальной системы грабить эти государства. Он и на зерновой сделке беззастенчиво наживался. Просто полностью извратил смысл этих договоренностей и суть.
You know, I find this so funny how in the press, and I swear this is You'll see this in every outlet. They say now that, you know, Putin is trying to appeal to African leaders by pointing out the hypocrisy of the West and their colonial past. And that, you know, he's trying to put Russia on a pedestal and give it a higher moral standing. Yeah, it has a higher moral standing. What do you think? Like, you think Russia is comparable to what Britain and Portugal and Spain and the Dutch and the Germans and the French did in Africa? What? Of course Russia has moral standing. These people are on crack. The people who are writing this are on crack. There's something wrong with them. They really think that Putin pointing out Western colonialism and Western hypocrisy is like an attempt to make Russia look good. No, it's not an attempt. It does make Russia look good. You have no one to blame but yourselves. Don't go looking at Putin. Putin's not the one who colonized Africa. Jesus Christ, like, they really have the nerve to act like he's trying to hoodwink the African leaders like they're children or something, right? This is, again, the way you see how they write in the press. It's, again, this neo-colonial shit. It's like African leaders, they don't understand that, you know, Russia's trying to fool them. China's trying to fool them, right? No, we would never do that. No, we would never do that. We're about human rights and democracy. Oh, these African leaders are too immature. They don't understand what the Russians are trying to do. This is exactly how they write in the press. To this day, right now as I speak to you. They're trying to mock the Russia-Africa summit. You know why? Because the last Africa summit that the West ever held was the Berlin conference, the Congo conference, right? Which, you know, admittedly Russia attended, but Russia in the end did not colonize Africa. This is a fact. You know, you cannot compare Russia to the Dutch or to the UK or France. I'm sorry. I'm not even going to entertain this nonsense. You know, this is rubbish. There is a ton of African blood on the hands of British banks. You know, if you go to the city of London, which is, like, I don't think, I know most of you guys are Americans, so you don't maybe appreciate the status that the city of London has. I don't mean like the city called London. The city of London is a district, you know, like a borough, if you will, in New York, yeah? Inside of London, that is Wall Street. It's British Wall Street, okay? And it has its own police force. So imagine if Wall Street had its own separate status as an entity and its own police force separate from the NYPD. That is how much control and power these institutions have. In every single bank, HSBC, the Bank of England, all of them traded or owned slaves and financed the slave trade in Britain and in Europe and the United States. Every single one. Let's go and talk about Niger. Niger is probably it is the quintessential example of neocolonialism. One of my best friends comes from Niger. Niger is a country that is famous for its uranium. When we talk about neocolonialism, uranium ore is the number one issue here because France exploits Niger to this day. So maybe some of you have heard me talk about the CFA franc. The CFA franc is a currency that is minted in France, and 14 African countries still have this currency, which is, you know, mind-boggling that, you know, France left, quote unquote, these countries, and yet it prints their money. How does that work? How can you give a country independence and yet you still govern its monetary policies? What kind of a contradiction is that? You know, on top of that, Niger, because of its uranium ore, just to give you an idea how vital this is for the French, who have nuclear bombs and who also have, you know, are huge proponents of nuclear energy. They about 70 to 75% of electricity in France, right? So EDF, which is Électricité de France, the state-owned company, about 70% of power in France is nuclear powered. Okay, so it is more than central to the French economy and day-to-day business and one third of French households are powered by uranium that comes from Niger. 1/3. So this is according to Oxfam, right? Which is a very famous British NGO. Okay, you might find a little bit of a little difference in terms of percentage, but the point remains the same. Whether it's 33% or 34% does not change a single syllable of what I am communicating to you, which is that France depends and needs uranium ore from Niger to power its country. And it exploits Niger to such a level that it is beyond theft and colonialism. It's something else. It's something else, right? It's like, to this day, this company here, Areva, is keeping the all of its business dealings with Niger secret. So the contracts that it negotiates with the government in Niger are secret. Okay, so we don't know actually how much it pays Niger. And on top of that, this area is the business district. It's called La Défense in Paris. Okay, so again, sort of like the Wall Street. Okay, in of Paris. The tallest building here is Areva. This is the nuclear company that extracts uranium in Niger. They have the biggest building in the French in Paris business district. Let that speak for itself and let that sink in. Yeah. Now there's a coup. There's a coup all of a sudden. Let me play you the clip where they announced the coup.
Ce jour, 26 juillet 2023, nous, forces de défense et de sécurité, réunis au sein du Conseil national pour la sauvegarde de la patrie, CNSP, avons décidé de mettre fin au régime que vous connaissez. Cela fait suite à la dégradation continue de la situation sécuritaire, la mauvaise gouvernance économique et sociale. Les frontières terrestres et aériennes sont fermées jusqu'à la stabilisation de la situation.
So they basically got rid of, this is, just to be clear, they got rid of the president who is pro-France and pro-US. Okay? So here, I'll read you this part from his name is Bazoum, by the way, right? The Mohamed Bazoum. Let me read you this excerpt from the BBC. So they say that former colonial power France and the US have military bases in the uranium-rich country, and both were quick to condemn the coup. Oh, I'm sure they were. I'm sure they were. There are concerns that Niger's new leadership could move away from its Western allies and closer to Russia. If it does, it would follow the path of two of its neighbors, Burkina Faso and Mali, which have both pivoted towards Moscow since recent military coups of their own. Oh no! Heaven pray, I wonder why they would ever do such a thing. They had been under intense pressure from Islamist groups which operated freely across much of both countries. Let me translate. Let me translate these 4 lines. When the BBC or Mr. Blinken, or Monsieur Macron say that you guys need us, you need us to help you fight these Islamist groups, what they're saying is that you need to pay for protection, right? The United States and France destroyed Libya. What happened after Libya? In the Sahel region, which is right where sub-Saharan Africa begins. All of a sudden, for some reason, after a Western engineered power coup in Libya, you have terrorist groups who start springing up. Oh, who could have seen that coming? It's not like it already happened in Iraq and then in Syria. Oh, it just keeps happening by coincidence. Now these groups are in the Sahel region. It's a problem in Niger. It's a problem in Mali. Now you have to have UN peacekeeping missions, and of course, more importantly, the UN peacekeeping missions are not the issue. It's the US and French bases. These are independent of the UN missions. Do you understand? The United States and France create a problem, and then they present themselves as the saviors, right? Because now they get to justify their military presence. Where? Here we go again, in Arabia and Africa. you know, where all the diamonds and gold and oil in the world seem to be. Wow. It's like nothing changed from 100 years ago, right? Same crap. Same crap. So this is yellow cake, right? You remember they said Saddam Hussein is going to Niger and buying yellow cake? Dave Chappelle did great sketch on this with Black Bush. This is from Oxfam. In France, 1 out of every 3 light bulbs is lit thanks to Nigerian uranium. In Niger, nearly 90% of the population has no access to electricity. This situation cannot continue. France must prove that the time for secret agreements, closed negotiations, and pressures is over. African countries should be able to count on fair revenues from French companies extracting the resources. Do you know how old this thing is that I'm reading to you? This is from 2013. And you can go and find the same press release from a decade before, and a decade before, and a decade before, and you can go back all the way to the 1960s. Nothing changed. France is plundering Niger as we speak right now in 2023. Nothing has changed. This is what you call neocolonialism. 80% of people in Niger, Oxfam here said 90%, doesn't matter. The point is most people in Niger do not have an electricity grid. They don't even have electricity. Meanwhile, the Eiffel Tower, the Eiffel Tower is lit by uranium that comes from Niger. 80%, the overwhelming majority of exports from Niger are uranium. And yet it only accounts for 5 to 10% of revenue, for government revenue. How is this possible? This resource, which the French, you know, do everything possible to maintain control over, secret contracts, military bases, you know, just neo-colonial policies over and over, decade after the next, right? Century after the next. They need it so badly, and yet Niger seemed to make no money from it. On top of no electricity grid, Niger, if you look at the Human Development Index, right? So which is the ranking of you know, how poor countries are, essentially. Niger is usually the second poorest on the list, right? You'll find it at 187 or 188 out of 189. Do you think this is a coincidence that, you know, Central African Republic and Niger and Congo and Chad and all these countries that are former French and British colonies, they just happen to be the poorest countries in the world? They have the most valuable resources on the face of this planet, and yet they have no money. How is this possible? How is this possible? Colonialism, theft, stealing. That is how this is possible. Russia doesn't work this way. Russia does not have a colonial history inside of Africa the same way the British and the French and the Portuguese and the Spanish and the Dutch and blah, blah, blah have. They just don't, right? This is why yesterday, as this coup is taking place in Niger, where they're kicking out this pro-Western leader, look at what people on their own are coming up and saying outside of the party headquarters, you know, where which was burnt down. Look what they're holding. Look at the signs that they're holding. This sign on the right says "Abat la France," down with France. And let me translate for you. He's saying, long live Russia, and France, leave us alone. Leave us alone, France. Long live Russia. Look, you see the Russian flag up there? Under the Nigerian flag. By the way, I hope this doesn't need explaining for most of you. I'm sure you already know, but Nigeria and Niger are two different countries, in case this wasn't abundantly clear. Just so we get that straight. Just my point here, you know, look at how protesters and you know, regular people outside are bringing Russian flags. Why are they bringing Russian flags? This shows you that Russia, which has no particular ties with Niger whatsoever. Yes, Russia has ties, good relations with Sudan, right? So Russia's cool with Hemeti, right? Dagalo and Burhan. And then, of course, once Russia went and got permission from both of them, they're now fighting each other, Hemeti and Burhan. But once Russia got permission to build a military base, a naval base on the Red Sea, which is, very, clearly strategic, all of a sudden it descends into chaos, right? The reason that this benefits America, whether directly or indirectly, it does benefit America, is because it was contingent. The construction of a Russian naval base on the Red Sea was contingent upon the formation of a civilian government. Now that you have Hemeti and Burhan fighting each other, this is going to be postponed another 4 years. Who the hell knows? They've already been in deadlock negotiations for 4 years now. So my point here, though, is that regardless, Russia's cool with Sudan. Okay, they're also very, very heavily involved in the extraction and in the mining and the sale of gold in Sudan. Sudan is experiencing a gold rush right now. They have Wagner troops also in Mali, in the Central African Republic. And the reason African countries are getting help from China and getting help from Russia is not because CNN and the BBC want you to think that, Russia and China are tricking them and debt trapping them, quote unquote, right? Like the BBC and CNN and all these Western outlets, they speak about African leaders like they're stupid, like they're children or something. Like they don't know what's good for them. They need the white European, the white American to come tell them what's good for them. Well, what did that get them? How long has France been in Africa, in the Sahel? Have they dealt with the Islamist threat that the BBC mentioned? Have the Americans dealt with this threat? America and France are the very reason this problem exists. Never mind the neocolonial problem with the theft of resources, which I just explained. I know you guys already know this, but Al Qaeda as well. This goes back to the 80s. The CIA funded Al Qaeda, and it helped create Al Qaeda and especially Al Qaeda and the Taliban out of the Mujahideen, which they financed and funded and trained in the Cold War. These are all problems of America's making. This is historical fact. You don't need me to tell you this, but I am here to say it because no one else will. The BBC and CNN want to lie. They want to act like America and France and Britain are the military and political and economic saviors of Africa. No, they're not. This is why Wagner is present in Africa, because African countries are soliciting their services, because these European and Western countries can't get the job done. They're incompetent or unwilling, or both. One funny thing I read was that clearly the presence of Wagner is pointless and ineffective. Why? Because now that Wagner has been deployed inside these countries like the Central African Republic or Mali, the attacks from Islamist groups have risen. Yeah, they've risen because Wagner are doing their job. When they're actually attacking these terrorist groups, they're retaliating against the country. The reason you don't have those attacks when the Americans are around is because the Americans are letting them be. Do you understand? The Americans, like we explained, as I was telling you guys when we looked at Syria, everywhere you find ISIS, they kill an ISIS leader, guess who's there? It's an area occupied by Turkey, a NATO country, or the United States, another NATO country, right? What a coincidence. And Israel, which openly admitted to helping Al-Qaeda in Syria. Hand in glove, right? These groups, whether it's Al-Qaeda or we're talking about ISIS, whether it's in Middle East or it's in Africa, they go hand in glove with Israel, with the West, and as I said, Libya. I mean, Libya's descended into chaos. I mean, it looks nothing like how it was under Gaddafi. And now, a lot of people end up drowning in the Mediterranean because they're trying to escape neocolonialism. They're trying to escape economic situations that are so horrible. Who created these economic situations? It's the West. I'm sorry, but this is the truth. Any self-respecting person, especially if you're British and or from one of these colonial countries, you will admit that. You have to admit that. It's your duty. It's your duty to admit that. People at the BBC don't want to admit that. They think it's Putin who's doing propaganda. No, it's not propaganda. This is history. Shame on you. This is why people fly Russian flags when they have a coup in Niger, because for them, they're rejecting a president who is pro-French and pro-American. They're rejecting the neo-colonial shackles that the West has put on them. And yes, of course, they're going to turn to the next big thing, or rather the opponent, the competitor. The Russians. If it's like in Syria, if you don't want the Russians or Iran coming into Syria, not that it's any of your business, but if you don't want them, establishing a stronger foothold or more influence or growing their presence, right? Then why did you screw with the country? The Russians and Iranians and Hezbollah are called into Syria to clean up your mess. And now African countries have to call in Wagner to clean up NATO's mess. It's really not that difficult to understand. They just don't want you to understand. Let me play you. This is Julius Malema, okay? Economic freedom fighters from South Africa. Listen to what he has to say.
They don't have borders in Europe. But when it comes to us, they say, no, you must have borders.
Before I continue, when he says they don't have borders in Europe, he is not repeating this ridiculous trope that you hear right-wing morons in America or Europe say that, oh my God, there are no borders in Europe and all these migrants are coming in. Well, I was literally just saying that what you call economic migrants, they're people fleeing Western imperialism. The poverty in Africa is Europe's doing. Europe did that. Europe plundered Africa. Europe is plundering Africa. I was literally telling you Niger is being plundered. What he's talking about is, for example, Schengen. The Schengen zone is in Central Europe. You can travel without a visa. There's free circulation of people. That's something completely different. He's talking about the fact that you have a European Union with free circulation of goods, money, and people, where you're able to travel from one end of the continent to the other unhindered, right? Why doesn't Arabia have that? Why doesn't Africa have that? He's referring to Pan-Africanism and Pan-Arabism. But we all know why these borders here, this patchwork, not just here, but also in the Middle East, came into being. It's because Europeans are afraid of competition. They don't want united Africa and they don't want united Arabia. That's why.
Why? The division of of Africa is what makes them thrive. They thrive on the division of the African continent. Can you imagine the minerals of DRC combined with the minerals of South Africa and with a new currency based on the minerals? What we can do to the dollar if we become a United States of Africa with our minerals alone? We can collapse the dollar. We can collapse the strong pound that is based on gold, yet they don't have a gold mine. So why do you allow such things? There were no borders, and we must all of us unite in that call.
Yeah.
Free movements of peasants, free movements of goods will make this country flourish. They don't.
What am I supposed to say? He nailed it. Right? And when he mentions a currency backed by minerals, this is why we go back to Libya. Gaddafi tried doing this. They killed him. Once again, the proof is not just in the theory, but the evidence, the emails show this, right? Between Blumenthal and between Hillary Clinton, right? So she was then the Secretary of State and her advisor. And you could see in the emails, they're talking about Gaddafi has 144 tons of gold, and he wants to use that gold to create an African currency. And the French are really worried. Why would France be worried about that? What have they got to do with Libya? No. It's not about Libya. It's about the other currency that I told you about, the CFA franc, which they have in 14 East African countries, West African countries. They use this because they need to control Africa. They still have this currency to this day. So if you come and replace the CFA franc with an African golden dinar, which is backed by African minerals and used to denominate sales of African minerals, you would collapse the dollar. Yes, you would. And you would collapse the euro, and you would get rid of this crappy CFA franc nonsense that they've imposed on Africa. That's what would happen. And that's why they killed Gaddafi, because these ideas are too big. You're not allowed to have economic independence. We come kill you. Remember, I'm not going to play this now because we already watched it, but you remember, you'll find it on the channel here, the Namibian president, who was really giving it to Norbert Lammert, right? So he was the speaker of the Bundestag, right? And he really gave it to him about the Chinese, because he was basically telling him, like, what problem is it of yours how many Chinese we have here? Mind your own business, right? You see this constant, like, envy, this jealousy, this insecurity from Europeans and Americans about how Russia and China are growing in influence in Africa, because they're doing it differently. They just are. China and Russia negotiate, and they find an agreement, and that's how they do something, is with respect. As I said, what did I say at the beginning of this video? Politics is mutual interest. It's finding common ground, mutual interest. The West doesn't do that. The West is like, screw you, we're taking your shit. There's no mutual nothing. It's screw you. From the Romans until the Americans. Same thing, right? Although the Romans actually left something behind, right? At least that. But you understand my point. The African countries that make deals with China and Russia, it's their business. Who are we to tell them any better, or to lecture them in any capacity? Funny thing is, another symptom of this rejection, this unshackling of French and Western colonialism. Guess what happened? There's the BRICS summit taking place next month in South Africa, in Johannesburg. And Emmanuel Macron, the French president, asked to be invited last month, and he told him no. So they invited 70 countries. This is from El Mayadeen. They invited 70 nations, but no to the French, no to the British, and no to the Americans. I can't say I blame them. The whole point of BRICS, let me be clear. BRICS is not about we're going to create like an anti-Western alliance or something. No, not at all. BRICS and the New Silk Road and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, it's about, as I said, mutual interest, working on projects that benefit each other. The West, we are welcome. We are welcome to join the Chinese and join the rest of the world, frankly. It's not a Chinese thing. But we are welcome to join the BRICS as long as we are sincere. From our behavior, from our past, they do not judge us to be sincere. They judge us in Africa, in Brazil, in Russia, in India, in China. They judge us to be jealous and thieves. I mean, our leaders are, in any case. Our so-called leaders, they definitely are. I don't think most people are like that, But we have to shed that colonial past and be better. This is Gaddafi, by the way. I was mentioning him just earlier, right? They got rid of him because he was, one of these officers, young Arab officers, had a coup, and what did he rebel against? These monarchies that were installed by the West at the end of World War II during this decolonization. There wasn't decolonization. Decolonization never happened. That's a myth that they sell you. The only real decolonization happened in countries like Libya, like Egypt, well, when Nasser was there, or like Syria, or like Iran. These countries really rejected the Western installed leaders, whether it's the Shah, or as I said, with Gaddafi, he rebelled against the king and got rid of that system and installed, one that was actually supported by most Libyans until NATO got rid of him. These are real processes of decolonization. And when you actually try to embark on down this road, they will kill you, unfortunately. Doesn't mean he's perfect, but he was certainly better than what they're proposing. Much better than what they're proposing. Let me show you this short clip from Mrs. Pandor, or Miss Pandor, who's the Foreign Minister of South Africa. I like her a great deal. Listen to what she had to say.
You know, I think this notion of international rules is very comfortable for some people to use when it suits them, but they don't believe in international rules when it doesn't suit them, because they don't apply international rules or law equally in all circumstances. So you can't say because Ukraine has been invaded that suddenly sovereignty is important, but it was never important for Palestine. It's very peculiar. If you believe in international law truly, then wherever sovereignty is infringed, it must apply. And this is the point we've been making, that we use the framework of international law unequally, depending on who is affected. And we are arguing that that must change. And one of the interesting changes that has occurred is the sudden movement, because Russia has invaded Ukraine, that we say, okay, let's not allow the Security Council to just have the veto and let it pass. We take it to the General Assembly. When some of us had been calling for the General Assembly to have a greater say, we never enjoyed support. But suddenly today, see, that's where international law begins to mean nothing. Because for some, we see it as a cheating, and for others, we see it as a benefit. So our argument is, let's revise the international multilateral system to ensure that we observe that post-1948 has arrived.
I like her very much. She's on point. And, you know, she really points out the hypocrisy. This is the problem with the veto system with the UN Security Council, is that, you know, just by default, by definition, you have some countries that are on a more equal footing than other countries, and who can, and that includes China and Russia, right? So that is the problem. And when it comes to the Palestinian issue, I mean, the Palestinians don't even have member status at the UN. They're an observer. How? Come on. I mean, this is you know, unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. And this is something that's going to need to change. Before I continue, one thing that made me laugh. Do you remember last month when on the left, that's the US ambassador to South Africa, he made up this nonsense that South Africa had allowed a Russian ship to dock at one of its ports, and that this was loaded up with weapons and then headed for Ukraine. And the next day she called him in for a démarche, and she just gave him a good she gave him a good spanking and dressed him down, and then he quickly apologized and, you know, withdrew his comments. You can see the look she's giving him. It's like, are you for real? Amazing. But what she was saying, I mean, you know, this is it's very hard now to say anything against the Russians, because in 2003 the UN said no, you cannot go into Iraq, and then many countries did it, right? The French didn't, but the UK and the US did, and they gave the finger to the UN. And, you know, this is another body, among all the issues that we just talked about when it comes to neocolonialism, the UN has failed to deliver on its promise of, you know, establishing peace, not because, you know, its intentions are bad, but because it's been corrupted by some countries, by our countries. And, you know, it needs to be reformed in some ways, as she pointed out, you know, that you don't just have the UN Security Council running things, and especially not with veto power and permanent seats for some countries, but not for others. It's not enough that you have, you know, a rotation of 10 countries every cycle. This is not good enough. Even when there's something favorable that happens, let me give you an example with 242, you know, the Americans let this pass because even they couldn't defend this, right? And Israel had just recently attacked the USS Liberty, right? In the Six-Day War. So the resolution is that Israel has to withdraw. That Security Council resolution has been there for decades, and it's never been implemented. So even if you were to leave everything up to the UN Security Council, there's no way to even implement the goddamn things because Israel just ignores them. The United States just ignores the UN when it doesn't say something it likes. In any case, let's just conclude here by saying that there is a definite pivot in terms of attitude in African countries. There is a reason why Niger today and why Burkina Faso and why Mali all kicked out French troops. Well, Niger is about to, I promise you. They're about to kick out the French troops as well. Actually, the French troops in Mali and Burkina Faso had to run away into Niger because they were kicked out. These countries have all had coups now in recent history because there is a rejection of neocolonialism. Remember, Niger got its independence in 1960, and now in the last decades, it's become apparent this was not real independence. The uranium plundering by France is one aspect of this. Another shackle, which I explained to you, the CFA franc, which is in 14, present in 14 other African countries. Now a lot of the countries in the world, not just in Africa, but a lot of the countries in the world, including those who have signed up on the Belt and Road Initiative and BRICS, are understanding the era of decolonization never happened. And so the only pathway forward is to have, a real currency backed by minerals, like Gaddafi wanted. To have something like the UN, but really like the UN, as it was meant to be and as it was envisioned. Dismantling Bretton Woods and the U.S. U.S. monopoly over global reserve currencies, over oil sales, over the entire financial and monetary system that was put into place in 1945, and actually having something more equal that does not allow sanctions. One country to just whip others with its currency and destroy them and lay siege to them when it pleases, and to do things based on mutual respect. Okay, like I said, I really don't give a crap if you like the Russians or you don't like the Chinese or you like the Chinese military. I really don't care. There is a clear, distinct difference in how those two countries do politics versus the rest of the countries in Western Europe and the United States. There just is. This is a fact. And their history with Africa is a testament to that. And you are seeing that being played out again now as I'm speaking to you. There is a reason why they're kicking out France and the United States from these countries and pivoting towards China and Russia. There is a reason for that. Wake up and smell the coffee. So thank you for the super chat. This is from Nuxer, says Africa and Middle East will learn the United States peaceful ways by force. I like this sentence. That's good. Macarius, good to see you. It says harassing drones is minor payback for U.S. aid to Ukraine. Yeah, I mean, it's really minor. I'm sorry, but one thing I wanted to say is that there's a big difference between a Russian jet, quote unquote, harassing another jet, with an actual human being inside of it versus a drone. A drone is a drone. It shouldn't even be there in the first place, as I said, but there's no threat to anyone's life. The bigger, more immediate and long-term threat is the actual U.S. drone being there in the first place. I can guarantee you. These are Reaper drones on top of it. So these are the ones that actually kill people. Now they're going to claim that, we were just, well, when it suits them, they say we are killing ISIS leaders, right? And then when it suits them in this case, they say we were just doing surveillance. We were not doing anything. We're minding our business, and the Russians came and harassed us. No, your business is back home. I mean, if you had like a Syrian drone in the United States, you'd have every Everyone out with their shotguns trying to like down it, you know, plus the military. So I don't know how you can sit and justify this. It doesn't work. Come on, it doesn't work. You've gone to, you know, it's too much now. So, hold on. Let me see what we've got left. We've quite a bit left. Okay. Let's talk about Oppenheimer, shall we? Let's talk about Oppenheimer.
Would not be this.
Give me a sec. Right. So I went and saw Oppenheimer in the cinema, and I'm gonna try my best not to spoil anything, although I think you have a pretty good idea what the film is about. But let me put it this way: if you were expecting this film to be something about the construction, the actual, you know, construction of the nuclear bomb, you will be sorely, sorely disappointed. This is more of a biopic than anything else, and it deals with a bunch of, you know, legal middle fingers that they tried to give Oppenheimer, and, you know, like his extramarital affairs. I mean, it was really boring. I'm sorry to say this, but the bigger problem here is not that it was boring, that they leave out a lot of key details. So let's start with the first one. They make it seem like this base that they built in the desert to start, you know, constructing the nuclear bomb and then testing it there. It was just a patch of land in the middle of nowhere that was uninhabited, right? Does that sound familiar to you? Right? The pioneers. Oh yeah, we have to conquer. Right? We're always discovering new frontiers. It's just uninhabited land. We can just for the taking. It's a lie. This is a lie. They kicked here. It's even in the LA Times, right? They kicked out entire communities and stole their land and killed their livestock in order to make the nuclear bomb. Okay, so let me read some of these parts to you that are in the article. So, for example, they say in the film, both the test site and the Los Alamos laboratory in northern New Mexico are remote, unpopulated areas. A depiction that's largely in line with most historical accounts of the Manhattan Project. The Manhattan Project is the code name for the building of the nuclear bomb. The reality is starkly different. The land acquired by the United States government to build and test the bomb was occupied, as was the 150-mile radius surrounding the quote-unquote Trinity test, areas that were settled predominantly by Hispanic and Native American ranchers and homesteaders. Okay? The residents who remained in the surrounding area were given no warning about the Trinity test, with Manhattan Project leader General Leslie R. Groves insisting that anything surrounding the operations remain a closely guarded secret. This goes without saying that this is a safety hazard, right? The French, when they're taking uranium out of Niger, I can guarantee you, and this is a well-documented fact, that the livestock, the Tuareg livestock, and who are, you know, in the north of Niger, the Tuareg are people who live in the desert, right? So who are closer to Algeria. Their livestock are dying. The 3 villages surrounding the extraction, the main extraction mine in Niger, that is run by Areva, people were not given proper safety equipment, you know, while they're mining. So they've been exposed to radiation. Of course, you know, this, because why spend money trying to properly shield people and protect them? The same thing goes for nuclear tests. The French, just like the Americans, conducted nuclear tests in areas knowing that this would poison the land and kill people. So going back to the article, they say that Henry Herrera, a downwinder who was 11 years old at the time of the blast, dirt, dust, and debris coated everything around him. Quote, he said that this filth landed all over our town, covered our village with radiation. Everything we consumed was filled with radiation. The article continues, as radiation contaminated the air, water, and soil through the Tularosa Basin, cancer became a reality, as predictable as New Mexico's yearly monsoons. Quote, "We don't ask if we're going to get cancer. We ask when we're going to get cancer." Cordova said. Quote, "In my own family, just look at the level of loss my mom experienced. She lost my dad, her sister, her mother, a sister-in-law. I had cancer myself. Imagine the trauma associated with that, and that's what we live with every day." Cordova and the other Trinity downwinders were initially hopeful when they heard about the film Oppenheimer. Cordova said the group tried to get in contact with the filmmakers while they were shooting in New Mexico, but was told that there wasn't interest in meeting with them. Quote, "All we wanted was a panel at the end of the movie to acknowledge the sacrifice and suffering of the people of New Mexico as part of the Manhattan Project." I mean, that's just disgusting. That is disgusting that they admit to this, because if you are making a biopic and you are so concerned with historical fact, how can you admit to this, that people got cancer and died from this fucking thing that you're making a movie about? Now we get to the other part, the actual bombings. Whoever says that it was necessary to drop nuclear bombs on Japan because to end World War II is either a dunce or a liar. There is no historical proof for this whatsoever. This is a hypothesis. Like, I want to believe that it helped shorten the war. Why don't we look at what the actual admirals in the Pacific in charge of fighting the war against the Japanese, what they have to say? Because guess what? They have firsthand knowledge of the war, and they understand it better than you and me. They're the admirals, the U.S. admirals in that theater of war. What do they have to say? In their post-war memoirs, several top American leaders, including 3 of the 4 chairmen of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the time, criticized the atomic bombings as unnecessary. These included Admiral Ernest King, who argued that the naval blockade would have eventually brought Japan to surrender without either bombing or an invasion. General Henry Arnold, who argued that conventional bombing would force Japan to give in, and both Dwight Eisenhower and Douglas MacArthur. Admiral William Leahy, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, was particularly appalled at the radiation effects of atomic bombs and argued that they were both unnecessary and immoral and would, like other weapons, be used by future enemies in a reciprocal way. Leahy wrote that employment of the atomic bomb in war will take us back in cruelty toward non-combatants to the days of Genghis Khan. In being the first to use it, we had adopted an ethical standard common to the barbarians of the Dark Ages. I mean, Jesus Christ, if you needed any more proof that bombing Japan was not only ineffective but wrong, this is it. I'm sorry. These are, as I said, not just the admirals. These are the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the heads of the United States Army, who are saying, like, imagine how bad it has to be for these guys to all say this. The people, those who think, they don't argue, and they don't think either, but they, who say that it was necessary to bomb Japan with nuclear weapons. These are, armchair morons, armchair generals. They have no clue what they're talking about. No clue whatsoever. The whole point of the nuclear bomb was to send a message to the Soviets. Anyone, any political analyst, journalist, or historian worth their salt knows this. This is not only obvious, but it's a historical fact, because the people who were running the army say this too. Okay? It was unnecessary to bomb Japan, and this was to send a message to the Soviets. That's it. It was a demonstration, a show of force. Do you understand? So this is another problem that they do not tell you in the film. And once again, it's even more concerning, all the more concerning that this is a biopic, which is, biopic is supposed to be a bit more accurate in terms of historical context and fact. Yes? Because it's not about drama and special effects and so on. It's about getting, it's about dramatizing and reenacting real events and telling you the truth. And they don't tell the truth in this film. I'm sorry. And on top of that, it's a bad film. You are wasting your time. I got free tickets to see Mission Impossible, which I don't even like. And I really enjoyed that way, way more than this. And Mission Impossible is like completely unrealistic. So don't waste your money. But if you are interested in wasting 3 hours of your time, go see it. Again, I very much appreciate the director and Mr. Murphy over here, but this was not a good film. And there's like one part, again, I'm not spoiling, but he has regrets, right? And this is like, it takes up, 2 minutes of the film? 2 minutes where he has regrets about, killing all these people. Just as does the part where they're discussing, is this even necessary against the Japanese? That does not even take up 2 minutes. That's 30 seconds, not even. That's it. That is it. Nothing else. This is the real Oppenheimer. I'll play you this clip here. Is a famous quote.
We knew the world would not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." We knew the world.
Yeah, you should have thought of that before you blew up like 200,000 people and started an arms race with the Soviets. I have no doubt somebody else would have built that, but that's not an argument. You should have gone and lamented maybe beforehand. I don't know. This is always something that you should remember. And I'm going to repeat this as many times as it takes. The admirals who were fighting the war, an admiral is the top of the Navy. It's like a general, but in the Navy. Okay. And so in the Pacific theater, meaning where the Australians, British, Anzac and the Americans are fighting the Japanese, this is their, the admirals there, this is their theater of war. They're in charge of fighting this campaign. Keep in mind, Victory Europe Day was 8th of May, 1945. So by the time the Japanese surrendered, so Hiroshima is August 6th and Nagasaki is August 9th. And then they finally surrendered. This is several months after the fact. Okay, so while the war in Europe was over, it was not in the Pacific. It raged on. And it's not me telling you this. I wasn't there, but I'm a journalist and I have to know history to do my job. So I'm providing you with the evidence with people who have direct knowledge of fighting the Pacific campaign against the Japanese. The Joint Chiefs of Staff and the admirals who are telling you there was no need to do this. This was not only unnecessary, but immoral. I rest my case. There is nothing more to say. Anything else beyond this is conjecture and hypothesis and wishful thinking. How can you sit there and claim to know better than these people? You cannot. You cannot. And the problem is that this started an arms race with the Soviets, right? Jesus, how could it not? If you send me a message with a nuclear bomb, I'm going to make 50 million fucking nuclear bombs, and I'm going to make them better than you. And guess what? We're in 2023, and the Russians still have their Soviet-era weapons and better nuclear missiles than the Americans, and faster ones, right? They have the Iskander line of missiles, ballistic missiles, and hypersonic, which the Americans do not even have yet. This is not good. And the treaties, the START treaties, which were their entire purpose was to reduce the number of nuclear warheads, to calm the world down a bit, both the Russians and the Americans. Let's destroy these nuclear warheads. Let's limit them. Down the toilet, very unfortunate. These things were supposed to, they were supposed to be renewed and extended. But there are some people in Washington who are not interested. And now we are at a point in time where nuclear war is very relevant. It's actually more relevant than any time during the Cold War, which is astonishing because, as much as I think about it, I cannot fully grasp it because it just you would think after Cuban Missile Crisis, it goes down, right, in general, and there's a dissolution of the Soviet Union and the Warsaw Pact, that the threat of nuclear war is going down, is decreasing. And now it's even higher. Try and wrap your brain around that. It's very concerning. It's very concerning. What can I say? And Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I mean, if you think those are bad, and they are, they're very bad, in scale, in terms of proportion, the ones that the United States and, well, now it's a host of countries, including Israel, well, that's a colony, but anyway, you know, these bombs are way worse. And all you hear is about is, oh, Iran is building a bomb. Iran is no, it's not. It's not. Iran is. If you wanted to like look at a list of countries that are the least likely to be building a bomb, Iran is at the top of the list, because they have inspectors that have swept through the whole country. Any seismologist on Earth could see if they were testing something. You know, it's just not. It's not the case. And if you're concerned with the proliferation of nuclear weapons, you would sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty and implement it and ratify it. The Israelis refuse to sign it, so they have a secret nuclear weapons arsenal, but they want you to believe that actually it's Iran who is, you know, unstable and destabilizing the region. It's quite the opposite, actually. If they wanted to get a nuclear bomb, they would have done so decades ago. Right, and if you're concerned about proliferation, you should go dismantle the Israelis' arsenal, because given their behavior, they are destabilizing the region. And now with Ukraine, this has become the #1 threat. Alongside that, I suppose, because you have, as we were talking about, this escalation in Syria between the Americans and Russians, but in Ukraine directly, you know, this confrontation between NATO and Russia. Russia moved nuclear weapons into Belarus. Things are heating up. It's not good. Not good. So if you do watch this motion picture, take it with 50 pounds of salt, not just a pinch. And do keep in mind that they did steal people's homes. They killed their livestock. They kicked them out of their homes. They gave them cancer. And that's how they were able to build the secret base. That the bombs were immoral and unnecessary. Let's watch a funny clip. I have I discovered this a while back, and okay, hold on. So I know this clip. I've seen it before, but I rediscovered it, and it's an old clip of Putin visiting some Russian businessmen and kind of putting them in their place, and it's so funny. Take a look. What the music is at the end, but I can't understand a word. But I know this clip. I think it's unfortunately a bit too short, but really funny. Really funny. You'd never see that from Biden, you know, or Trump. It's the other way around in the U.S. The corporations come to the president and make him do their bidding. You know. Anyway, it's just one anecdotal clip, but funny nevertheless. I think he's putting on a bit of a show here. You know, of course, why would he let cameras in and all this stuff? You know, it's a bit of a performance, but I don't think it's insincere. I think it's I really do think, as I was saying before, the Russians and Chinese, they're more upfront, whether it's, you know, in this case, internally or externally. There's no beating around the bush. It's just like, you know, we want this and we'll give you this. That's it. It's just one clip. It's a funny one. Okay, so here, let me show you something from about Wagner. Okay, so speaking of Russian businesses, so the press, you know, they're still obsessed with this coup, quote unquote coup in Russia, the Wagner mutiny. So I thought I'd give you an update on this, right? Because when it happened, I was covering it with you, and it was kind of funny exploring all of these, you know, all the hysteria and the hype and the various theories and so on. And as you all know, I covered this, that Prigozhin miraculously has been unexiled. So now he's no longer in Belarus. He was able to come back, and he met with Lukashenko and with Putin. So Lukashenko is the president of Belarus. Nevertheless, although Prigozhin himself, you know, had his house raided and he's no longer in Belarus and he's able to travel back to Russia, Wagner itself has moved, at least in part, if not completely, into Belarus. Okay, so just to show you this is from the BBC. I'm not going to lie, the map is not too bad, not too shabby. So, you know, here they're showing a possible route of Wagner convoys. I love how they point out that Russia they make sure you understand in every single map they ever make that this is Russian annexed Crimea. Do you think they do that with Jerusalem and the Golan Heights? Anyway, so they're saying that the Russians allowed Wagner to go through here the M4 and then pivot into Belarus on the M5, and now they're near Minsk. Okay, so Putin is now saying that Poland has ambitions in Ukraine as well, right? And he had to warn them. I mean, I don't know what Poland have to do with any of this, but you know, it seems to be a concern that's growing on both Putin and Lukashenko's minds. I'll show you that in a second. In the Washington Post, they were pointing out that you know, Belarus served as a staging ground when Russia launched its wide-scale invasion in February 2022, including a failed assault on Kiev, the Russian capital. Defeated Russian units then retreated back across the Belarusian border. That's a lie. There was no failed assault. There was an assault that was called off because of negotiations in Turkey. Why do they just make things up? This doesn't make sense. On the one hand, they say the Russians are so powerful and they have so many deadly weapons that they are just flattening Ukrainian cities, right? They're laying waste to the country. Then, on the other hand, they tell you, look at these stupid Russians. They couldn't assault Kiev. They couldn't even take Kiev. They had to retreat into Belarus. No, they withdrew into Belarus because they used this as a pressure tactic. In Turkey, do you remember in Turkey there were negotiations between the Russians and the Ukrainians to try and end the war? The condition to show goodwill from the Russians' part was that they were going to withdraw from Kiev. They were going to pull their troops back to show that they're not going to attack the capital. They're not going to, you know, get rid of Zelensky or the top brass. That was one of the conditions. And then the Ukrainians ripped up the deal because Boris Johnson or whoever else was whispering in Zelensky's bloody ear, there are quite a few people doing that, told him to back out. So I don't know why they insert this like failed assault. They never assaulted it to begin with. They surrounded it and then used it as a pressure tactic. Come on, man. Get your stuff together. This is just pathetic. So anyway, it is true that the Russians put nuclear weapons in Belarus. You know, this goes without saying. Putin and Lukashenko are very tight. Lukashenko is the one who mediated between Putin and Prigozhin, right? Let me play this clip here where they're talking about Polish troops moving closer and closer.
О переброске вооруженных сил Польши к границам союзного государства, о чем вы говорили. Мы видим, готовится почва. Допустим, одна из бригад место свое нашла в 40 километрах от Бреста. Стояли километров 500, перебросили на 40 километров. Карту я покажу, мы это все видим. И чуть больше 100 километров от Гродно. Вторая бригада перебрала.
Благодаря позиции Сталина
Польша получила значительные земли на Западе, земли Германии. Это именно так. Западные территории нынешней Польши – это подарок Сталина полякам. Наши друзья в Варшаве подзабыли об этом. Мы напомним.
Jesus, what a threat. Then we'll remind them. It's like some gangster from a movie. You know, there's one more clip here.
Что касается польских лидеров, то, вероятно, они рассчитывают под натовским зонтиком сформировать некую коалицию и впрямую вмешаться в конфликт на Украине, чтобы затем оторвать себе кусок пожирнее, вернуть себе, как они считают, свои исторические территории, сегодняшнюю Западную Украину. Хорошо известно, что мечтают они и о белорусских землях. Что касается политики украинского режима, то это его дело. Хотят, как это водится у предателей, что-то сдать, продать, чем-то расплатиться с хозяевами, это, повторю, в конце концов, их дело. Мы в это вмешиваться не будем. Но что касается Белоруссии, то это часть союзного государства. И развязывание агрессии против Беларуси будет означать агрессию против Российской Федерации. На это мы будем отвечать всеми имеющимися у нас средствами. Польские власти, вынашивая свои реваншистские планы, правду своему народу тоже не говорят. А правда заключается в том, что украинского пушечного мяса Западу уже явно не хватает, недостаточно, поэтому в ход планируют пустить новый расходный материал. Самих поляков, литовцев и далее по списку. Всех, кого не жалко. Скажу одно. Это очень опасная игра. И авторам подобных планов стоит задуматься о последствиях.
Well, let me put it this way. I think, notwithstanding what Putin just said in this, in these clips about Poland's ambitions, you have a lot of resentment in former Soviet satellite states towards Russia. I'm not saying that, everybody who lives next door to Russia hates Russia. No. But from time to time, as governments come and go, you will get, as you have in Poland right now, for example, since he mentioned Poland, or Lithuania, governments that are extremely, extremely anti-Russian, like really, they just hate the Russians with a passion. Now, whether that's warranted or not, I think, because especially in the case of Poland, Poland, they had Nazi occupation, and remember at that point we're talking about the Soviet Union. The Ribbentrop Pact, the Soviet-German Pact. In Stalin's mind, he was trying to appease Hitler. I don't know where he got this idea that would buy him time or work, but you can't appease Nazis. But my point is that with Poland, they had to endure Nazi occupation, and then after that, as a Soviet satellite state and a Warsaw Pact state, or member rather, they were in Russia's shadow, so to speak, for quite some time. But I think the degree to which the current government in Poland are so anti-Russian, there's something wrong. It's like like I said, this is especially in former Soviet states, okay, or Soviet satellite states. It's like, there's like a minority of people, and you see this in Ukraine, right? With the government in Ukraine, they have such an inferiority complex because they used to be part of Russia that they will do everything possible to show that they are not Russian. And in Ukraine's case, that means joining the EU and joining NATO. But they don't understand that Western Europe, or the West in general, I'm never going to look at you, at Ukraine, as an actual ally. The fact is, the proof is in the pudding. Look, Ukraine actually wants to join NATO right now and needs NATO more than ever. They still won't take it. They still won't take it. It's like the government in Kiev don't understand they're being used as bait. They just won't, they're in denial. They just can't get it through their heads. They're being used as bait. And like I said, you can't generalize because Ukraine is a big country, right? So if what is Ukraine? Eastern Ukraine are pro-Russia. They don't hate Russia, right? So you have to be very specific. And like I said, we're talking about a few groups, and it's usually the governments here. So the government in Poland, the government in Kiev, they're so anti-Russian. It's like they'll do whatever they want to be seen or accepted in the West, but they don't understand they're just being used as a buffer against Russia. That's it. It's a salami tactic we talked about, right? Break up Yugoslavia, then get closer, swallow up, Lithuania and Latvia and Poland and all this, the former Soviet satellites into NATO. So now they're not only outside the Warsaw Pact and neutral. No. Now they're NATO. So you're going closer and closer, inching nearer towards Russia. They exploit that. People in Washington understand this, and they exploit this. They know that you have, if you push the right buttons, you can kind of stoke this anti-Russian sentiment and use that and exploit that to get them to make moves that are really just Washington foreign policy objectives, right? So in this case, as I said, salami tactic against Russia. Now, here in the Washington Post, they say that Poland has strengthened its eastern defenses after Prigozhin arrived in Belarus and his mercenaries launched joint military training exercises with Belarusian security forces near the Belarusian border city of Brest, according to the Polish Defense Ministry. And then here, they refer to the clips that I showed you already, where Putin is warning during a meeting with the Security Council that any aggression against Belarus would be considered an attack on Russia, and Moscow would retaliate with all the resources available to them, right? I don't know why they put it in quotation marks, because it's like when anytime Russia farts and coughs, that's aggression, no quotation marks. But anything NATO does, in this case Poland, it's never aggression, it's always defensive. Remember, it's like they agree on a shitty phrase, and then they keep brainwashing you with it and repeating it over and over. NATO's a defensive alliance. NATO's a defensive alliance. Here's another one, right? Russia's unprovoked aggression against Ukraine. They all say these exact same fucking words. It's conditioning. It's bullshit, right? Now, I honestly really, as much anti-Russian sentiment as the current Polish government has, I don't think I mean, Jesus, I really hope they're not that stupid to think that, Wagner being in Belarus is like some kind of green light to do anything. Who knows at this point? Who knows? There are many angles to this. The idea before, if we go back to the map here, was that actually the mutiny between, the Wagner mutiny against the Russian government, some people thought that it's actually a ploy, it's a ruse, it's a charade in order to get Wagner out of Russia and flank Ukraine from the north, as you can see in the map here. But, I mean, maybe, again, we're just speculating here, so maybe, but let me put it this way. Russia moved nuclear weapons into Belarus. Why would they need to stage a mutiny just to get Wagner into Belarus? They can just do it. How can you move nuclear weapons into Belarus, but you need to fake a mutiny to get Wagner? This doesn't even make sense, right? Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. I don't think anyone really knows, right? What they discussed, those 24 of them with Lukashenko and Prigozhin and Putin, is between themselves. I'm just speculating here that if you can get nuclear weapons in, it's probably easy to get Wagner in. It's true Lukashenko signed a decree and he authorized Wagner officially, but again, it doesn't change anything that I just said. So, Nayev, the general, said Ukraine's military was even allowing the possibility, however far-fetched, that Putin might authorize the use of tactical nuclear weapons while making it appear as if Wagner mercenaries were to blame for a rogue attack. Really? What does that even mean? Like, they stole the launch codes during a meeting. They just, like, you know, pickpocketed them. Come on, this is just stupid. I think they just don't like Wagner being up there, and they're trying to come up with the reasons for that. But I wouldn't underestimate I wouldn't underestimate the relationship between Belarus and Russia, because you know, I know in Western press they like to kind of give you this same old crap, like you know, Lukashenko's a dictator, you know, just like Assad is a dictator and Gaddafi's a dictator. Like, whoever we say is a dictator is always a dictator, and he just does Putin's bidding, right? He has no independent mind or agent. He has no agency. It's always Putin who's like pulling his puppet strings. This is bullshit. How is it acceptable that, you know, we're supposed to believe that people all the way over here in Europe, NATO, are aligned with Washington, but it's out of the ordinary that Belarus and Russia, who are fucking neighbors, don't think alike? Why wouldn't they think alike? Why is that unlikely? Why, you know, every time there's an alliance, same thing, you could pick Iran and Syria, or, you know, Iran and Hezbollah. Like, it's always something shady, right? Like, oh, it's because, you know, Assad is an Alawite, and the mullahs in Iran are pulling his strings or something. You know, they make it, it's like cheap comic book shit. That's how they analyze the Western journalists. That's their analysis, because they're like children. They're morons. This is the extent of their intellectual capacity. They cannot understand anything, right? Here in Deutsche Welle, you can see they're also talking about Wagner threatening Poland, right? So basically, both sides are not talking about Poland. The worst thing that could happen now is you have so to speak, a second front opening up there. Although I think this counteroffensive, they're far too occupied with it for that to happen. But I wouldn't underestimate the fact that Poland is beefing up its defenses, and the fact that Wagner is now in Belarus. Everything that you see is pointing towards escalation rather than the opposite. And this is why, you know, when they mention the failed assault on Kiev, it shows you again the mentality has not changed in the think tanks, in the governments, nor in the press. It's just getting worse. And here you can see in Deutsche Welle, they say experts agree. Who the fuck are these experts? Give me their names. How are they qualified to speak about this? Tell me. Experts agree, according to Deutsche Welle, which is German state media, the Reich media. So experts agree that Poland has now become a quote-unquote collective enemy of Russia because of its support for Ukraine. Poland, through which military equipment is being supplied, has also insisted on more sanctions against Russia and is a strong supporter of Ukrainian integration into the EU and NATO. I mean, once again, please look at the situation here, the way that the Polish government speaks about Russia and the other way around. This is probably, I'm telling you the truth, this is the first time I've heard Putin mention Poland in months. He almost never mentions Poland. But the other way, man, the other way around, every second the Polish government are saying Russia this and Russia that. I told you, this is that old Soviet anti-Russian resentment that's you know being brought up, right? Because they know what buttons to push in Washington and Whitehall, and how to get people riled up, and this is why Poland, which borders Russia, you know, it's like acceptable now that you have American troops that are running equipment through Poland next door to Russia and into Ukraine. And this whole issue, it starts from this, right? All of these countries, they're former Russian Empire, Ukraine, Poland, when we talk about the Warsaw Pact countries who are now also in the EU and NATO, these are Russia's neighbors. They were part of Russia. So it's very easy to leverage that and like I said, ferment anti-Russian fervor and stoke anti-Russian sentiment, and then, you know, use it to advance foreign policy objectives that are really coming out of Washington. Because up until a few months ago, up until last year, this was unthinkable that, you know, for example, Germany was supposed to be neutral, and now they're giving tanks to Ukraine. Again, let's put Germany aside, because that's a different animal. But you know, nevertheless, this whole issue, the whole war in Ukraine, is because they exploit this these countries that are Russia's neighbors, and, you know, it's not that everybody there agrees with this, but they know which people to you know, to rile up, and that's how they split the country. And Ukraine effectively got split, right? You had people in the east who were being who are pro-Russian or ethnically Russian, being pitted against people in Western Ukraine who are so desperate to, you know, turn their backs on Russia, on their own history, and, you know, be accepted and accede to the EU and NATO, that they will do anything. And I'm talking specifically about the government, right? It's very dangerous, because it's leading to a nuclear escalation now. This is not just a problem inside Ukraine. It's a global problem now. Because if there's a nuclear war, we are all screwed. It's, you know, it's not just about Ukraine anymore. And keep this in mind, because if you hear about, whenever you hear the Russian Empire brought up, right, the rationale that they offer you on the BBC, for example, they say Putin wants to revive the Russian Empire. So they understand that, you know, these countries have a past relationship, and they try to bring that up as to frame it as, you know, it's like Putin has imperialist ambitions or something, right? And then they leave out the part that, well, first of all, this is complete nonsense, but they leave out the part that these countries have a very close relationship with Russia. They were literally part of Russia at one point, and that not everybody actually even wanted to be separate, right? So you had millions of Russians who woke up one day in 1991 and they were in a different country, right? I think this is I'm paraphrasing a famous quote from Putin. Yeah? So it doesn't change the reality in any case. And, you know, it's like they try to revive some crap from, you know, over 100 years ago about the Russian Empire, but they can't grasp that getting these countries into NATO and EU, it's more than a red line. How can you understand one and not the other? Anyway, we'll see what happens with Wagner, you know. We'll see what happens with Wagner. I'm more interested to find out what happens with Wagner in Africa, because right now with these coups that you've had recently in Burkina Faso and Mali and now in Niger, it's more important to see what Wagner does in Sudan. Okay, now with Burhan and Hemeti fighting, and you know, that is more important, or let's say just as important as them being in Belarus, I would say. So let me just tell you about what happened with BRICS. So South Africa, they announced that Putin will not be attending the BRICS summit next month in Johannesburg. The reason is obvious. It's because of the International Criminal Court arrest warrant. They issued an arrest warrant against Putin because they say that he's been trafficking or forcibly removing children from Ukraine to Russia. Now, I find this strange because the Russians say that this is to get them to safety, And more importantly, they never put out, any arrest warrant against Blair or Bush, but they have time to issue one for Putin so quickly. I find that funny. But the reason that they decided this, South Africa and Russia, for Putin not to attend is because of the arrest warrant. And it's a very uncomfortable and it's a very embarrassing situation. There's no way around this. It's embarrassing and it's very bad. It doesn't look good. Now, Lavrov is going to go instead of Putin. Lavrov is the Russian foreign minister. And I'm sure he's just as capable as Putin. Putin will attend virtually as well. But it's not the same thing as having, the head of state there, because the other heads of state are going to be there, right? From Brazil, Russia, Brazil, India, China, and South Africa, and Russia being the 5th BRICS member. And BRICS is very popular now. You've got 40 countries who want to join. 20 have applied formally. The other 20 have expressed interest informally. So, it's a difficult situation. And the reason that they reached this conclusion is because Russia understands that in South Africa, they have precedent for this kind of situation, and there's no way around it. In 2015, I was just talking about Sudan. The president back then was Omar Bashir. Okay, so he was also had a warrant out for his arrest issued by the ICC, and South Africa, being an ICC member, was obliged, to arrest him. He came to South Africa for the African Union summit, and South Africa didn't arrest him because, let me explain something to you. The ICC has a history of bias against African leaders. It's based in The Hague, and it's all it's ever really done is go after leaders from Yugoslavia and Africa. That's it. So there is an inherent bias that it has, and African leaders understand this. So there was no willingness on the part of the South Africans to arrest him. They let him go. They actually helped him escape, kind of, right? So what happened is that internally, the Democratic Alliance, which is the opposition party to the ANC, they tried challenging the government in court, right? So they said that, South Africa is a signatory to the Rome Statute, and this has been ratified and brought into South African law, and you have to arrest the guy. You just have to, because we're a member of the ICC. And by the time this was all sorted, he was already, Bashir was long gone. But afterwards, South Africa said, screw you, we're actually going to leave the ICC. We pull out. And then Democratic Alliance, again, challenged this in court, and they were able to stop South Africa from pulling out of the ICC, because actually when South Africa threatened it, a bunch of other African countries did too, because of the reasons I outlined just a moment ago. And after this, it really became clear that if this ever happens again, that a head of state comes to South Africa and there's an ICC warrant out for their arrest, they really cannot get around it. They have to arrest the head of state, the guy. And because this is Putin we're talking about, and more importantly, the Russian head of state. I mean, the name is kind of irrelevant, but the fact that it's the Russian head of state makes this, you cannot contemplate this. So Cyril Ramaphosa, the South African president, has said many times, like, there is no way in hell we are going to arrest Vladimir Putin. We are not doing that. So they came to the conclusion, the Russians and South Africans, that it's just best to not come and have Lavrov go instead. Now, like I said, Putin will attend virtually, but it's not the same. It's embarrassing, and I think it outlines and it shows the ICC's shortcomings. Number one, this is an institution that is biased against African countries, because all it does is try African leaders. And then number two, it while being harsh against African leaders, it allows Western leaders who've done way worse things. It's not even comparable. I mean, it allows them to get off scot-free. There has never even been any warrant for Tony Blair or George Bush's arrest. None. For nothing at all. And remember, there are multiple crimes, right? You have crimes against humanity, genocide, ethnic cleansing, the crime of aggression. So the way that actually they get around this in the United States, well, the United States never really signed on to the Rome Statute. Neither did the Russians, actually, right? And the reason that you're able to bring an arrest warrant out against Putin, despite the fact Russia isn't even an ICC member, is because the plaintiff, the one submitting the case, as long as they're a signatory of the Rome Statute, then it's enough. Okay. So in the case of Afghanistan, for example, if they go to the ICC with something against the United States, then the ICC have to look at it. They have to, but they won't. So when they started doing that, you remember what the United States did. The United States had such contempt and disdain for the International Criminal Court that they sanctioned the chief prosecutor and the head of the judiciary. Remember? I covered this. It's on the channel. Go watch. So Mike Pompeo made sure that they sanctioned them. They barred them from entering the United States and confiscated all their assets if they had any. Wow. So I find it really funny that Lindsey Graham, this neoconservative, impetulant swine, has the nerve to say that Russians or Vladimir Putin are going to face justice at the ICC. You're the first one in line, man. You're way ahead. Please. After you. Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham is one of the most vile cockroaches that neocons have ever come up with. I mean, truly a cockroach of cockroaches. So he has no moral standing of any kind. Now, the other thing is that speaking of neocon cockroaches, George Bush actually in 2002 signed a law which is it's not called that officially, but it's nicknamed Hague Invasion Act because, as the name implies, if any American is brought to the International Criminal Court, the United States will invade the Netherlands and liberate that American and the Netherlands and give them democracy. Any American. It doesn't say like a head of state, because remember the ICC targets, or rather its mandate is directed at individuals, not countries. Which is why it was so funny when the ICC declared jurisdiction over Palestine that, the Israelis said, oh my God, you are anti-Semitic. You are targeting Israel. No, it's got nothing to do with Israel or Schmizrael or anything. It's about people, not countries. Again, Israel's not even a country, so. you get my point. So the Hague Invasion Act of 2002, it's not called that, but it's nicknamed that because it's very clear. The United States will invade this court and this country, all right? If any American is taken there, even a recruit or a corporal, whatever. So if you want to really talk about contempt for the ICC, I really can't think of a better example. I can't think of a better example. There is no country on earth that has a law like this except the Americans. And another the second best example of contempt for the ICC is probably in the UK, we don't have the crime of aggression ratified as a law because the UK signed it in 1998, okay, and ratified, as I said, crimes against humanity, genocide, ethnic cleansing. But then the crime of aggression, for some reason, it's like they knew something was coming, right? The war on terror was not made a crime at the ICC until a few years later, okay? So until George Bush took office. Like I said, it's as if they knew something was coming. And then, only then, was it incumbent upon the UK to ratify the crime of aggression, as a criminal offense in the UK. And this never happened. And so Tony Blair's argument when he was taken to court in the United Kingdom, and this went to the High Court where he appealed, it was regarding the crime of having invaded Iraq, which is a crime of aggression. Okay, when you invade a country, it's a crime of aggression. So when he was taken to court, his lawyers argued in the High Court that the United Kingdom did sign the Rome Statute and is a member of the ICC, but it never ratified the crime of aggression. So technically, you know, it never made invading another country a crime. So Tony Blair did not break the law in England, and therefore he could not be punished for having invaded Iraq. I mean, I really hate this guy, but he has good lawyers. Now, but do you see how this works? When I showed you the most eloquent foreign minister of South Africa, when she was talking about this double standard of you know, legal systems and international law, this is precisely to the point what she is referring to. This shit. Yes? This shit. How, you know, they want Putin to be arrested by the ICC, but Bush can, you know, or the United States can invade the Netherlands if any American is taken to the ICC, and Tony Blair, you know, well, it's not a crime to invade countries in England. I think I made my point. Either way, this doesn't change the BRICS agenda. Make no mistake. The BRICS agenda is like a steam, you know, an old-fashioned steam engine, and it's coming right at you. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's not a bad thing. It's just a new thing. Okay? So there's nothing. The agenda keeps going, right? What do I mean? What do I mean by agenda? I mean shedding sanctions, you know, Western hegemony and neocolonialism, having agreements that, you know, don't involve screwing someone and stealing their resources. Maybe a new trade currency based on gold. This is not confirmed. It will be at one point in the future. You know, it will materialize at one point in the future, but I don't think it will necessarily be announced next month. No one knows. We'll see. In any case, that agenda remains unchanged. And it's funny because the whole war in Ukraine was caused by NATO, provoked by NATO, even though they don't want to admit it. This is a fact. And the point is that they have shot themselves in the foot, because all these sanctions they tried to put on Russia. How do you steal $300 billion and get away with it? You don't get away with it. This, you know, you're living on borrowed time, or borrowed money, I should say, on stolen money. You can't steal $300 billion from Russia or any country and just get away with it. When people saw that, you know, they were like, screw this shit. I'm running in the other direction, and I'm running 50 miles, not just a mile. No one is going to wait for the United States to, you know, get mad at them one day and steal half of their foreign currency reserves. Are you out of your mind? Goodbye. Goodbye. You know, this is, no, it's not happening again. I guess the Russians were naive. They were so naive. They really thought that the Americans wouldn't cross this line, and they crossed it. Should have never put that money. I don't know what to say. I'm not, you know, making fun of them or anything, but I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Nothing has ever happened like this in history. I mean, of course, you've had countries plunder other countries. Yes, of course. But in one go, like that, in one fell swoop, 300 billion. What is that even? My brain cannot even fathom or grasp what 300 billion is. How do you steal 300 billion? No. Let's talk about some hypocrites in Washington. This is really nasty stuff. All right, so I want you to look at this. This is kind of a two-part thing, okay? Also, thank you to everyone who supported the show. We got some donations, and this one is from, give me a second. Macarius says, the U.S. aims to keep war with Russia going forever. I have no doubt. As long as they can, anyway, while making some good, you know, some good dinero. Z Crazy Puppet, it's good to see you, Crazy Puppet. Crazy Puppet said, is there a better way to send you freedom money? Liberation dollars. I mean, I guess on PayPal, because PayPal take less of a cut. They still take a cut. I don't know why, but they on YouTube, they take 30% of every donation, which is what someone told me. I don't know if it's true. I mean, I looked it up and it does seem that way. But yeah. Crazy Puppet says, is there any progress on Crab Dance version 2.0? No one cares about Ukraine. There could be no Ukraine tomorrow, but the crab dance must be eternal. That's a good motto. I'm going to put that in the crab dance. You'll know it when you see it, okay? I promise. It's in the works. Crazy Puppet says they don't like Wagner in Belarus due to providing services such as military personnel training. Belarus army needs such qualified instructors. Wagner has global contracts, but officially, such institutions don't exist in Russia. I know, I see what you mean, yes. So the decree I was referring to earlier is that it in part includes or rather joint training and exercises, which you alluded to just now, and that's very, very valuable for Belarus. Although it does paint a bigger target on Belarus' back. I mean, at this point, after the nuclear weapons and all the support Belarus, it's not support, it's just good ties, right, between Russia and Belarus, which is forbidden, right? It's good ties only okay between Ukraine and US, nobody else. But I think at one point in time they're going to get, revenge on Belarus and like do something very vindictive, because that's that's how they are. Thank you, Crazy Puppet. In any case, it's good to see you, and I appreciate the donations, and it's really all of you guys on Patreon as well who signed up. I'm grateful for that. Again, if you support my work or want to support my work, please follow in Macarius and Crazy Puppet's examples. You can donate on PayPal, on YouTube, on CashApp, Venmo, Bitcoin, Ethereum. There's also the merch store, and if you want to do it on a monthly basis, you can join as a member on YouTube and Patreon. I see a couple of you are actually in the stream right now. There's Gamer for Life, and I saw also T Brown and Nora, and hold on, I'm trying to scroll up, but your comments disappeared. Where are we? Cyborg Ninja, thank you guys very much. I appreciate that. So let me just continue where we left off. Okay. So the U.S. Congress passed a resolution to proclaim that Israel is not a racist state. I mean, nothing screams, I'm not a racist state, like having to force Congress into a vote. So this passed 412 in favor to 9. Okay, so 412 U.S. Members of Congress proclaimed Israel is not a racist state. I mean, they're right. Israel is not a state, but it's definitely racist. So this is in two parts. Let's start with the vote here, okay? The Israeli president visited, his name is Herzog, he visited the United States, and that's when this this resolution was passed. And, Biden fell asleep, of course, and Herzog looked kind of bewildered. Rashida Tlaib, she's the only Palestinian in Congress. She gave a very good speech, but there's more to this. Let's just watch the speech first.
The United Nations, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Israel's own largest human rights organization, B'Tselem, all agree that Israel is an apartheid state. To assert otherwise, Mr. Speaker, in the face of this just body of evidence, is an attempt to deny the reality and to normalize violence of apartheid. This week, we're going to hear consistently that people touting about this is bipartisan support here. Well, don't forget, this body, this Congress, supported the South African apartheid regime, and it was bipartisan as well. But you don't have to take it from me to understand the racism of an apartheid government. Let's take a moment just to hear Israeli government's own politician in their own words. Direct quotes, not mine. Current Prime Minister Netanyahu, on his policies towards Palestinians, quote, beat them up, not once, but repeatedly, beat them up until it's unbearable, and said that Israel must, quote, crush Palestinian hopes for a fully sovereign state. One of the former defense ministers said Palestinians are, quote, beasts, and they are not human. He's talking about people like my grandmother, Mr. Speaker. How about former Justice Minister who said they should go, as should the physical homes in which they raise the snakes. Otherwise, more little snakes will be raised there. How about another former defense minister said, quote, those who are against us, there's nothing to be done. We need to pick and axe them and cut off their heads. Another quote, there is no such thing as Palestinian people.
General Lady's time has expired.
At its core. Mr. Speaker, Israel's own president, who's
the General Lady's time has expired. Does the gentleman from New York reserve or yield?
I yield the General Lady 30 seconds.
Israel's own president, Herzog, who's going to come before Congress tomorrow, has long advocated against interracial marriages. Did you all know that? Do you care? He said on a news segment, look it up, when he came to America, he said, quote, encountered something that I call an actual plague. I saw my friends' children married and coupled with non-Jewish partners. Israel is an apartheid state. The government is deeply problematic in the way that they are proceeding in the structure of oppression. This year, Mr. Speaker, just like I speak up against injustices here in America, this is about speaking up
the General Lady's
against
time has expired.
Violence.
Does the gentleman from New York
Congress must
yield
stop
or reserve?
funding apartheid.
I mean, it's a good speech. There are some more quotes I would have added if, you know, they would have let her speak. One Israeli said that you should shoot Palestinians in the knees, right? Break their kneecaps. The list is quite extensive, but you see, this is the problem with when we're talking about Western quote unquote democracy. It's not really democracy. They'll let her talk, you know, for a few minutes, but that's the end of it. That's as far as it goes. You can blab, you can, you know, oppose, or you can voice your opposition and vocally, take issue with the government or with Israel, but that's it. You're not actually going to get anything else done. So here, Nikki Haley, she used to be Trump's ambassador to the United Nations. Christ, can you imagine sending her to the UN to represent you? Oh, Lord. She said, she's referring to the vote, right? Because 9 people voted, as I showed you here, to say that actually Israel is a racist state. And so Nikki Haley says, we're taking names. And she mentions AOC. She mentions Rashida Tlaib, whose speech I just played. She mentions Jamal Bowman, Summer Lee, Ilhan Omar, Corey Bush, Andrew Carson, Delia Ramirez, Ayanna Pressley. And she says, these 9 members of Congress believe Israel is racist. We will remember this vote. Okay. I remember she said the same thing in 2017. Like, we're taking names. It's like some Gestapo trench coat. We are taking names, yeah? All of you who voting against us, yeah? What is your name? Müller? Yeah, okay. What a fucking creep. And then here, look, she says that, Nikki Haley said that Israel is discriminated against in the UN. The United Nations has a historic bias against the Jewish state. Oh yeah, totally. That's why Israel is a full member of the United Nations, and draws its legitimacy as a state from that. And that's why the Palestinians don't have a state and are not a full member. And that's why all the UN Security Council resolutions telling Israel to fuck off from Jerusalem and the Syrian Golan Heights are never implemented. Oh yeah. So fucking biased against Israel. They just, Israel can do no wrong. And then they say here in 2022, the UN General Assembly adopted 15 resolutions against Israel versus just 13 for the rest of the world combined. Why would you tell on yourself like that? The UN General Assembly, meaning most countries on earth, didn't vote against Israel because they hate Jews, which is their answer to every single criticism ever. They passed 15 resolutions against Israel because Israel is a criminal terrorist European colony. That's fucking why. Anyway, this is about as good as Rashida Tlaib gets, because after this it goes downhill from here. It goes downhill from here. And AOC and Ilhan Omar, they're frauds. These people are frauds. So you see here how she's sparring and quarreling with Nikki Haley, right, about this list. Yeah, we are making a list. So AOC says, remember to call this list, quote, people in Congress who think apartheid is wrong. Well, that's not true, because what AOC does is here she votes to say that Israel is racist, but then, you know, she'll go and then give Israel money. What do I mean by that? I mean by actually funding Israel. Every year, Congress has to approve a package that is done in 10-year installments. Okay, so in 2016, Obama says Israel gets $38 billion over 10 years. And so every year, Congress have to come together and they have to approve $3.8 billion in weapons for Israel. And so Ilhan Omar, for example, who is she's originally from Somalia, so she's not only an African woman and a woman of color, she's a Muslim woman, right? So she's also on this list, right? She also voted, like Rashida Tlaib, to say Israel is racist. But Ilhan Omar voted to give Israel $3.8 billion. So this fucking vote is meaningless. It's worthless. It doesn't mean anything. And same thing for AOC. Like, AOC wants to ban some weapons to Israel, but not all of them, because, you know, the rest of the time it's those weapons for brutalizing Palestinians are okay. And then they will take turns. So, you know, one package, this one will vote yes, and she will vote no. And then the next year they'll do the opposite. They'll swap, you know. So like, instead of criticizing one person, you start criticizing the other one, and you take attention off of them. And they take turns with this, right? It's called rotating villain. So here, as you can see, you have Nikki Haley and AOC, a Democrat and a Republican, who are pretending that they have different views and opinions and policies towards Israel, when they really don't. They don't. This is a show. This is fake. This is entertainment. Well, I don't care what you call it. It's a joke. This is not real. This is fake. And this is every day what you have in Washington about every single thing. Every day. It's a show. It's a show. I am telling you, as a fact, Ilhan Omar voted to give Israel $3.8 billion in weapons. Not for like earthquake relief or something. Weapons. Weapons. This is a Muslim woman. A Somali American Muslim woman. How do you give Israel $3.8 billion? And then you say Israel's racist. Why the fuck did you give them $4 billion? This is what we're dealing with. You cannot trust these people. They are clowns. They're, you know, charlatans. They are all working together. There's no difference. This is why you have, you know, like all these people like, you know, Dick Cheney and David Frum and basically the neoconservative cockroaches that I was talking about. Where do they find refuge now? They find refuge in the Democratic Party. Does that mean that the Republicans are saints who've cleansed their party of neoconservatives? No, absolutely not. They're the same cesspit they've always been. But now they become so much more divergent, right? Or rather, they've converged so much more, Democrats and Republicans, that there is no difference between them anymore. If you thought there was to be one to begin with, right? So if you had some, you know, if you thought that there was a difference between them like 20, 30 years ago, which there wasn't anyway, you can't possibly look at how politics is in America now and tell me they're different. No, I'm sorry. Now it's so out in the open. They don't even bother hiding it. Like I told you, a progressive. So Ilhan Omar is not only a Democrat, which you would think, oh, she must be different from a Republican. She's not only that. She's supposed to be a leftist progressive, and she gives Israel money. So how is she different from George Bush? How is she different from Dick Cheney? How is she different from Nikki Haley? How is she different from any American politician from the last 70 years? She isn't. She isn't. That's the whole point. I mean, the fact, you know, most Democrats and Republicans voted to say Israel is not racist is already something. But it's, you know, even the nine people who opposed that resolution are still frauds because they fund Israel. You can't, you know, you can't reason with these people. They're DC career politicians. You can't reason with them. They don't have any empathy. Now let me continue with Rashida Tlaib. So on the one hand, she's voting and give me a second. Can you see that? Yeah. Now Rashida Tlaib, she gives this fiery speech and she says, you know, she supports Palestine and her grandmother is Palestinian. She has family in Palestine, and great speech, really good. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. It's very good. Thank God there's at least one person who says it. But then she goes and does this. Oh, Assad is a war criminal, huh? and she introduces a resolution with who? Oh, of course, it's Ilhan Omar, the other Arab African Muslim woman who, you know, you would hope out of the 400 people in Congress, maybe is a good person. No. Ilhan Omar gives money to Israel. She says the Armenian genocide didn't happen, or you know, votes not to recognize it because I don't know why. And then now they repeat the same crap that you would hear come out of George Bush's mouth, or Barack Obama's mouth, or Donald Trump's mouth, or Joe Biden, or Lindsey Graham, or Nikki Haley, or whoever you know, there's no difference. No difference whatsoever. So they call this Justice for Syrians resolution. Really? Justice for Syrians resolution. What does that even mean? Which Syrians? The ones supported by the CIA, or the ones supported by Turkey or Israel, or which ones? There are lots of Syrians today. Right? So here, she wants to direct the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations to use the vote and influence of the U.S. to establish an international justice mechanism to finally hold, here we go again, everybody together, Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad. One more time, Syrian dictator accountable for war crimes and crimes against humanity. I mean, it's called the ICC. It already exists. Why don't you just sign it and join? Because, like I said, Lindsey Graham says, oh, we're going to hold y'all accountable, y'all Russian pilots. Really? You are? Bring everybody with you, please. We can have a delegation, right? You know, you can bring Bush and Colin Powell, maybe, although he's not with us, but wow. Justice for Syrians. Sounds pretty good. You know, what else is in there? So she says, in recent months, regional powers and dictators have sought to sweep Assad's heinous crimes under the rug and welcome him back into the international arena. Oh, now they're dictators. I thought they're your allies. No? I mean, I don't know who she's talking about, because a lot of countries and the Arab League, you know, they're cool with Assad now, at least ostensibly. Okay, so Saudi Arabia, Tunisia, Egypt, Jordan, and I know Assad was with Iraq, with the Iraqi prime minister recently, but Iraq is, you know, never took a position like the others. Come on. This you can do better than this. This is her official website. This is not like some I mean, it is a press release, but it's not somebody else mincing words. No, these are her words, Rashida Tlaib. So this is the woman I just showed you a few moments ago who's giving a fiery speech and telling Congress how bad Israel is and what they're doing to her grandmother and to her family. And then she turns around and says Assad is a dictator. What do you mean? The whole reason they tried to get rid of the government in Damascus is because it supports Palestine. I know, you know, not everybody wants to admit that, and not everybody appreciates that. Most people do. If we look at Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PIJ, which is one of Israel's fiercest opponents right now, one of the only people on the face of this planet, one of the only groups or entities on this planet that actually, you know, stands up to Israel, that actually does that. Where is its headquarters? It's in Damascus. It's based in Damascus. Its leader is in Damascus. The whole reason, as I said, Israel hates Syria is because Syria has always stood with the Palestinians. Obviously, I'm talking since 1945. It's been up and down. Syria wasn't always, 100% with the Palestinians. But now, this never changed, right? Same today as it was 10 years ago, as it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Nothing changed. Look at other Arab countries. Look at Egypt. Egypt went and made a peace deal with Israel. Egypt besieged Gaza. Jordan made a peace deal with Israel. Now, they were forced. Most people in Jordan, Egypt don't want any of this at all. But, Washington has their governments by the balls. And now Morocco, Morocco is normalizing with Israel. Disgusting, So how can you, as a Palestinian, an Arab woman, not understand what Syria is doing for the Palestinian cause and the Arab cause? This is nonsense. No one is telling you to like the government, but you are like trying to hurt the government here. And what I don't understand even more is a few days before this, dude, she votes to lift sanctions. Are you all over the place? Because she is, right? So again, let me recap. Rashida Tlaib defending Palestine, calling out Israel in Congress, and then she votes to lift sanctions on Syria, and then she wants to set up or direct the U.S. ambassador to the UN to get Bashar al-Assad, the war criminal. What? Make up your mind, woman. What are you doing? Come on. She and Ilhan Omar, especially, they're the only ones in Congress who are part American and part Arab, and who are also Muslim, and understand what's going on in the region, who should understand more than anybody else. Why are they doing this? I don't understand this. This is insane. I want to show you something else. This vote to lift sanctions on Syria. It's a bill from, it's something that was signed by George Bush in 2004. It's an emergency regulation, which is how everything is done in Washington. Oh my God, this is an emergency. We have to sanction this country, sign it, and then it stays there for 4 decades. So, listen to this. The one who introduced it is Matt Gaetz, who is also someone who's all over the place. He says good things about Syria, and then anyway. He's good. What he says here is good. Listen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I brought a war powers resolution to the floor of this Congress to get U.S. troops out of Syria, arguing that the United States, being excessively entangled in great power competition in Syria, wasn't making life better for Syrians. It wasn't playing out to our benefit in the sphere of great power competition, and that it left U.S. service members and contractors.
It's not a great power competition. You tried to coup the government and you failed. What happened. You know what happened. It's not a great power competition. You lost. And you tried to do a coup and you lost.
Contractors as sitting ducks. And following that vote, which I lost overwhelmingly on a bipartisan fashion, sadly, there were casualties. There was the death of an American, because we have now become the neighborhood crime watch of certain areas in Syria where there are oil rigs. And that's what it's all about. So I now come to the floor with this resolution to repeal
I appreciate the fact that he is one of the only people in Congress who speaks, truthfully about Syria, but he doesn't really hit the nail on the head, because he's saying like, the United States is just, the world police or something. And yes, it certainly likes to portray itself as such and has done for a long time. But just say directly, it's stealing oil. It's stealing oil, and it's trying to, it's got 1/3 of Syria under its control. And the United States tried to coup the government. The United States supported groups like Al-Qaeda. The United States helped create ISIS. Well, it helped create Al-Qaeda in the first place in the 80s with the Mujahideen, and then helped create ISIS when it invaded Iraq and then tried to oust Assad. Say it like that. It's one sentence. It's not that difficult. He must know this. Come on. Anyway, I'll let the man finish. Go on.
2004 emergency vis-a-vis Syria. 2004. Now, it's supposed to be voted on by Congress every 6 months thereafter, but we have been derelict in our duty in doing so. And so I'm glad that today we're bringing forward a number of these emergency resolutions that have just been dormant slush funds, spending untold sums of money, with no transparency as to how much is going into the Syrian emergency. But how about this rule for how about the House thinks about emergencies? Nothing's allowed to be an emergency for 20 years. Because if it were really an emergency, there probably would have been some cataclysmic event of biblical proportion before the 20 years. And if it's still an emergency 20 years later, it's a chronic condition, and the United States cannot be the world's policeman, and we cannot be the world's piggy bank. Now, if the principal argument against my resolution is that my resolution is soft on Assad, well, the logic that undergirds that is that somehow the 2004 resolution was this great anti-Assad tool that we must have, that we must maintain to beat Assad. Well, look around, Mr. Speaker, Assad's never been stronger. So if this 2004 resolution was Assad kryptonite, it's been the worst Assad kryptonite you could ever imagine. It's malfunctioned. So I think we ought to repeal this emergency. We have sought transparency to see how much money has been going pursuant to it. We don't know the answer to that question. And to the extent that there are sanctions that we still want to maintain, whether there are the other national emergencies that exist targeted at terrorism generally, at Russia, at Iran, the Magnitsky Act, there are all kinds of other authorities for the President, the Secretary of the Treasury, Secretary of the Department of Commerce, even the DOD weighs in, state, regarding sanctions regimes. So this is not a vote to lift sanctions and then just hope for the best with some pretty gnarly Syrians. In fact, it's us standing up to do our job, and that's what we should do in repealing this 2004 resolution.
Do you see what I'm saying? So he's not saying sanctions kill people. It's siege warfare, but in the 21st century form. Sanctions deprive people of bread, of fuel, of basic commodities, and it degrades and shreds their standard of living. It is siege warfare, and they don't even work. Show me one country where leaders were ousted by their own people through sanctions, which is sinister. It's like you're saying, I hope these sanctions make your life so horrible that you go and oust this guy and coup him for us. He doesn't even argue against it. He's like, like some bookworm, some nerd saying, well, according to my calculations, this doesn't fall under the regimen of the president, and we should authorize the sanctions pursuant to other. What, you want to do it by the book? Don't do it at all. It's wrong. Just because you think it should be done through other means. No, it shouldn't be done. You shouldn't be doing sanctions. That's the lesson. So in any case, this is what I was talking about with to lift sanctions, because these things sound ridiculous, and that's why they're difficult to understand. Because what does the United States have to do with declaring an emergency in Syria, and how does this relate to sanctions? This is how they do it, right? So here's the vote. You can see. So this was House Resolution 79, and so Matt Gaetz is the one who introduced it. 394 against, 24 in favor. And who voted in favor of lifting this 2004 sanctions against Syria? Rashida Tlaib. So on the one hand, on her website, she's saying Bashar al-Assad is a dictator and he's a war criminal, and then she votes to lift sanctions on Syria. Well, maybe she gets it. Maybe she knows sanctions hurt Syrians and they don't affect Assad. Okay. Maybe that's her logic, but she's still wrong. She's still wrong because she still sounds like Lindsey Graham. She still sounds like a neoconservative. This is very concerning. There's no recourse with these people, these so-called progressives. They don't offer any alternative. They sound like neoconservatives because they don't. I don't know if it's ignorance or it's on purpose, but who cares? If the end result is that you sound like Mr. George Bush to me, then I'm not really interested. And then here, guess who voted against lifting these sanctions, these 2004 sanctions? Please take a guess right now. I'm live, and if you're from the future and you're watching me on replay, guess. Take a guess right now. I want you to comment it because I'm not going to say anything for the next couple of seconds. I think you all know who's the usual suspect. Who's the number one suspect who comes to mind? I'll give you a hint. They're a Democrat. That was very hard to guess. There we go. Nolan is correct. Super empathy is correct. Caleb is not correct. Yep. It's there we go. Ramplens is correct. Tasha is correct. It was AOC, the head of the fraud squad. So here I'm sorting these votes by no, or by nays rather. No. So here. There we go. See that? Ocasio-Cortez, she voted against lifting sanctions against Syria. So do you see that these people have no, they have no real politics. They're all over the place. You cannot say you support Palestine and then one of the only countries that is backing Palestine politically and militarily, you try to attack. It doesn't work. You don't, you know, Syria and Iran have suffered greatly for their support towards Palestine. That doesn't mean that, like, oh, you should be grateful because of this. No, it's one, you know, the way I view this, like, Syria, Palestine is one country, right? And it used to be that way before the French and the British carved it up. So I'm just saying that these countries have politically and economically been targeted by Israel and the United States precisely because they support Palestine. So it's really, it just doesn't make sense to then start attacking them and repeat and not only attacking them, but repeating the same attacks that you know you would hear from the same Democrats and the same Republicans who've been running Washington for 20 years. Then you are not very progressive, you're regressive. You're you know, backwards. Truly backwards, like in every sense of the term, because you are literally going in reverse. You know, this same old spiel. Oh, Assad the dictator, Assad this. Jesus, do they not get bored? You sound like a broken record. I don't understand why it takes a Republican, which is unusual, right? Because Republican, I mean, this is, you know, this is a party of George Bush and Dick Cheney and Donald Trump. Donald Trump put the Caesar Act sanctions. George Bush invaded Iraq, right? It's the war on terror. So yeah, I do not understand how it's possible that a Republican understands and grasps what is happening in Syria more or less. Again, you saw my criticisms. I voiced them, but I also give credit where credit is due. How come he understands what's going on, that there's something shady here, that the US is stealing oil, and yet someone like AOC doesn't get it? I do not accept this. There is no way in hell he gets it and she doesn't. No, I'm sorry. I think, like I said, this is a case of rotating villain. And they're, you know, these progressives, their foreign policy is all over the place. There is no foreign policy. I forgot this gentleman's name. He was running for the Senate, and was it Booker? I think his name was Booker. Give me a second. It's so many progressives popping up out of nowhere in the last couple of years. I don't think he won, but this is back in what was his name again? No, I don't know. It doesn't matter. This is actually a criticism you can apply to multiple candidates, whether they're in the Senate or the House. They didn't even have a foreign policy section on their website. And I can't believe this, because if you are running to become a United States senator, which is, you know, like the center for the time being, that, you know, Capitol Hill projects global power, and you want to be elected, to the US Senate, and you don't have a foreign policy section on your website. This is like, it's like applying to a record label without sending them music. That's exactly what it is. it would be better, and expected, not better, but expected. I would expect for someone running for Senate to not have a section on healthcare because they're just going to go in there and do what Big Pharma wants. But foreign policy, at least say, hey, I'm going to be I'm going to go vote for Israel and do everything they want and, send more troops to invade the Middle East. At least write it. No, nothing. Screw you. How, it's not laziness, it's something else. I don't know, Hold on, you guys are suggesting names in the chat of who was running. Give me a second. It wasn't Cory Booker. No. It was not Cory Booker. He's already a senator. Charles Booker. Yes, it was Charles Booker. I knew the family name the surname was correct. It's Charles Booker. Yeah. Right, he's from Kentucky, right? Did he get elected in the end? What happened? Look, I found his website. Here we go. I'm assuming he changed it since then. I don't know. This is from. Yeah, look. You go to issues. I mean, I showed you this already, but yeah. So now he has a foreign policy section. He did not have this before. I guarantee you this, and we looked at it together. Yeah, he's still trying to get elected, but yeah, look, it says end endless wars and invest at home. Okay, so it's Charles Booker, not Cory. Cory, like I said, Cory Booker's already a senator, but it's so short. All right, it's so short. When they say the U.S. must be a leader for humanity both here and globally, I mean, that sounds lovely on paper, but usually what it means is it sounds a bit neoconservative, and the reason it does is because neoconservatives justify the wars they do because they say America's a force for good, and everybody who stands for evil must be invaded and repelled and deterred and controlled and contained, and he does mention military-industrial complex, so fine. But the thing is, they'll use these terms like our never-ending conflicts across the globe, or these like never-ending wars. Yes, that is a problem, but by saying in the first sentence, the U.S. must be a leader, you are providing the PR propaganda that is used to justify the fucking wars, right? That's how it is. Oh, we have to go because the United States is the leader of the free world. How many times has George Bush said this shit? Come on. Again, I don't want to give him too much crap here because, it sounds good, but the problem is that like all progressives, he will go to Congress if he gets elected, and then he will do exactly what I just showed you. Exactly what I just showed you. All over the place. One day they'll say something nice about Palestine, and then the next day they'll vote to give Israel money, and then the next they'll lift sanctions on Syria, and then the next day, oh, Bashar al-Assad, the war criminal. They sound like it's hopeless. It's so hopeless. There is no avenue that leads through here. And, when it comes to Jamal Bowman, who I forgot to mention just a few moments ago, he also voted to say Israel is racist, right? He voted in favor of this resolution, or rather against it, right? Because the resolution asked or proclaimed that Israel is not a racist state. So if you voted against that, then you're saying no, Israel is a racist state. So Jamal Bowman voted against that resolution and said, but that Israel is racist. But the problem is that when he was elected, and I pointed this out a million times to you, that he is extremely pro-Israel. Remember, he's from New York. So he justified his pro-Israel or pro-Zionist policies by saying that, he has a lot of Jewish constituents, which again, I don't understand why they think that, just being Jewish automatically makes you an Israeli. What is this? No, it doesn't. And some of the most vocal anti-Zionists are literally Jewish. So why do you think that you have to be pro-Zionist because you have Jewish constituents? What does that even mean? But that's his justification. So yeah, he like I said, the games. These are the games they're playing, right? He'll say, here's the thing from Nikki Haley, right? Just we're taking names. Don't bother. Jamal Bowman is very pro-Israel. You don't have to write his name down. Don't worry. You know, Ilhan Omar will give them military aid. Don't worry. No need. All right, guys. I have to plug the show, so please indulge me and oblige me. Right now, if we look at, give me a sec, I'm going to give you the tally. So we are at 684 members on Patreon, and I'm trying to get to 700. So we have about 600 people watching. So guys, all I need from you are just 16 people, only 16 people to please join on Patreon. Let me hit the goal, and that way I can actually unveil not just a new crab dance, but really a new crab dance with the new music and the added bonuses that come with the increments once we reach them. So if you basically, what you would do is you can support my show monthly. It's just, you know, I don't do these like deluxe things or extra content. I do my job and I publish it, and it's accessible to everybody. And if you can, if you're able to, and if you want to, you can support the show by donating, I don't know, £1 a month or £2 a month, or you can buy or donate for the whole year in one go, which is what some people do. So we're at 684. We just need 16 more people to join, and then we will hit 700. So let's do it, guys. Come on. All right. I'm going to play a crab dance in advance. All right. In the hope that once we've reached the end, more of you will have joined. And again, we've got Stacy, Alamay, Sant, Bash Tiba, and Oni, who've all joined. So thank you guys very much. Again, we only need 16 of you guys, and you can donate in any currency or any amount, and cancel anytime you want. So let's go.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Why, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
Z is for
She's sleeping? In our country has been classified as essential.
So this is an issue.
By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, this is Val, you switched on me. This is my wife, this is my sister. They switched on me.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you guys. We've got a new member on Patreon, this Seamus O'Connell. It's still coming in. So I was just going to make one more point about Oppenheimer. This goes without saying, but in case it wasn't obvious, when they dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, there were no military targets. They killed civilians. Also, if you look at the bombings of Dresden and Tokyo, I mean, you can easily cause that kind of devastation with conventional bombs. You know, the firestorm, the giant fireball that sweep through Dresden in Germany, and as I said, the bombings in Tokyo. That was in one single night, right? They killed during that operation 100,000 people. So you can, you know, if you want to compel the Japanese to surrender, you could have done that with a, you know, wide array of means. The bomb was a demonstration to the Soviets. That's all it was. It was a demonstration of awesome power, of great power, of you know, truly apocalyptic in the true sense of the term, apocalyptic force. And anyone who says otherwise is an utter clown. This was a show of force to the Soviets. Nothing else. It has nothing to do with getting the Japanese to surrender. The Japanese wanted to surrender and were on the verge of collapse. Thank you, Ahmad, for the donation. Ahmad said free Palestine and free Assange. I agree. And again, I appreciate your donation on PayPal. I don't seem to be getting notifications, but give me a second just to double check, because sometimes they're just very slow to load. One moment. And here we go. We've got one from Donald. So thank you. I don't see a note attached, but I appreciate it very much. And there's another one from, hold on a sec. It's loading. As I said, it's very slow. And there we go. Mark, thank you as well for signing up on Patreon a few moments ago. And thank you as well to Dominic. And you guys are much appreciated. And thank you for supporting independent media. We've also got a donation here on PayPal. This is from Sean. It says, great journalism, Richard. Thanks from Australia. Thank you, Sean. And give me a sec. There's some others here as well, I saw. This one's from Shayla. There's no note, but it's a very generous donation. Thank you, Shayla. And we've also got one here from Joanne. Thank you, Joanne. And we've got one here from Gabriel. Thank you, Gabriel. I appreciate that. There's also another one from Einar. I hope I'm saying your name right. thanks for the donation. Albeit that one was from yesterday, but thank you nevertheless. And I didn't see any notes attached, so I'm assuming that there weren't any. So again, thank you guys very much for supporting the show. I depend entirely on your guys' support, so sharing and liking the video is another way of supporting the channel, and it's very important you do. So, you know, when the live stream is done and the segments are uploaded, make sure you share them on Twitter, on Facebook. You should also use the hashtag RichardMedhurst. And hold on, we've got another donation here. Give me a sec. This one came in from Nadia. Thank you, Nadia, very much. So I'll leave you guys to it, and let me know again where you're watching from, where you're tuning in from, and if you want to support my work, again, all the links are in the description and in the chat, and Claudia has pasted them below. So thank you very much for that, and I'll see you guys next time, okay? Take care. Ma salame. Bye-bye.
A is for
All men and women created by go. You know the thing.
B is for
I'm beginning to see why your wife left you.
C is for
Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys.
D is for
Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them.
E is for
Excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
F is for
Time friend, and she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life.
G is for
Go to Joe 30330.
H is for
Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down.
I is for
I'm a Democratic candidate for the United States Senate.
J is for
Just look at the record.
I have President Biden, Vice President Biden.
Well, I tell you what, if you look at my record and you still doubt about my commitment, then you should vote for somebody else.
K is for
Kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
L is for
The lion, dog, face, pony soldier.
M is for
Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone, make sure the kids hear work.
N is for
NATO.
O is for
The only African-American woman that's ever been elected to the United States Senate.
P is for
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
R is for
Rest her soul, and although she's your mom's still alive.
S is for
Send a text to the word united.
T is for
Truth over facts.
U is for
Union workers, the UAW took incredible cuts in their future.
V is for
I'll vote for somebody else.
All right, thanks so much.
W is for
Why, you're getting nervous, man. Calm down. It's okay.
X is for
Xi Jinping.
Y is for
And you ain't black.
Z is for
She's sleeping?
Women in our country has been classified as essential. So this is an issue.
By the way, this is my little sister Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh no, this is Valerie, you switched on me. This is my wife, this is my sister. They switched on me.